Shiloh. He'll pour out a just measure when he returns. So I seek no vengeance. Meek, not weak. Not easy to stay alive in this flesh right now, but I have to endure. I have to endure if I want to be saved. So I can't check out early. And so, although I'm tortured to be alive, life's not supposed to be easy. Life's not Burger King. Can't always have it your way. So narrow, two ways: the broad way and the narrow way. There's no other way. Broad way is the way that leads to hell. Hell's no knowledge. So, these things irritate me right now. So I thank Father that I'm here, because I have to endure. It's been nothing but a terrorizing 15 months, 16 months. YouTube saved my life. It may have cost my son and daughter's life. Why didn't I just let them shoot me? Maybe Elijah would be alive, right? I can't change that. His day of death is already written. I know they wanted to kill me, and I know that. Kind of been easier if I just had let them do that. Remember, come outside. Stop making this more difficult, right? They just shot Elijah. So maybe I'd step outside right then. That has shot me too, right? They already hit me in the face with a grenade. So YouTube saved my life. Imagine that. Well, Father, my day of death's already written, but kind of owe it to this ministry not to check out, I don't owe anybody anything, but it's a fact. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for YouTube. I'm not the first one that's, live streamer somewhere able to catch something live, but they were watching. Their evidence says so. It says that YouTube, anonymous YouTube caller. When, Tracy goes live, it's monitored by law enforcement. This channel, former Predestined for Light, remember, still the same channel, just to change it to the name of the ministry. So still teach predestination. We know Father created all things, so that's why I'm not mad at anybody, but sure would have been a whole lot easier to die that day, because this has just been hell, but not what people think, right? Because I have to live with it. So it's the knowledge that I have to live with it. Pretty amazing that this live stream could save somebody's life, because they definitely didn't think that I was going to get to be live. They bum rushed me. Remember, they grenaded my son and daughter. That's an illegal warrant right there. You can't grenade anybody without any aggressive behavior. There's no aggressive, no use of force. It's called the use of force regulation. Have to go by, I had to been threatening them, or, that was not justified. So my actions, remember, justification, defense, affirmative defense, excused defense, my right of self-defense under the Fourth Amendment, my right to be secure in my house, papers, persons, and effects, the right to be secure at warrantless search or seizure. If they're going to serve that warrant, they have to call out who and where, sign an indictment by a judge, probable cause, who and where they're going to search. Remember, they didn't even have one for my daughter, and they grenaded her. That's it. Case closed. I knew if she's alive, she'd already filed a lawsuit. Something's not right. So good thing Father has his hand in this, because just can't seem to get over this, Wasn't for this live stream ability, I wouldn't be here. How can I show that the state of Oregon and call me for 4 or 5 years when I was trying to get them, all these agencies, nobody, but then they're going to call me the very day of. How many times did they call me? Trying to get me off my live stream so they can get me and can come outside. So all these people have to put up with me. Well, take it up with God. He's the one who spared me. So I know she had already filed a lawsuit. You know what I'm saying? This is out of control, man. Can't even report their bodies missing or dead. They get thrown in jail for doing that, protecting them. How many times have been thrown in jail in this case? Protect my children. I want to have the evidence. I want to look at it. Remember, they didn't want to look at it. They just came in here and grenaded me to the face, grenaded them, shot 5 tear gas canisters in here. And remember, everybody with their hands up. Elijah had his hands up and he still got shot. What would have been the chance that he just got shot? They told me to come outside if I would have been shot. So I think that's why they're responsible for the death of his body. If not, I know where he's at now. I know where he's at. I figured out where he's at. So some illegal strip mining going on. And somehow that's how Marshall's involved. I don't know if he's federal or what. Federal marshal. Rat a niche or rat a snitch. So I'm going to let the chips fall where I already put them out, the evidence, remember, in the case. Nobody wants to listen to it, so. Tell you, it's torture not knowing where, if your son or daughter are alive and you can't even report them missing. That's just like all that time, that extra time, and I have to wait now. Till what? I already did everything I was supposed to do. They won't take a report. Nobody's looking for them except for me. Nobody's doing anything for them. It's like I did get shot, like I'm in some kind of weird time warp or something, you know, where I can't get anything to ever just go backwards. Every time I try to help, go get shot, thrown in jail, you know, grenaded. I didn't get shot. Elijah got shot, but how's that use of force? How's that even justified? You know, you have to justify the force you're using. Normally when I was in law enforcement, remember, you have to use your mouth first. They're supposed to at least, you know, nobody was threatening you. And then remember, nothing was being said. You can hear in the background. They're going to fry. If anybody ever looked at this case, and I'm still alive, and I didn't get shot that day, and anybody actually looks at it, they're done. All of them. It's a shut and closed case. Go look at it. Go look at it. It's a 12-minute live stream, remember, on the playlist. There's no questions asked. Especially my daughter, Adriana, because my son's wife, because she didn't have a warrant for her arrest and they kidnapped her. So have to show cause, probable cause, have a signed indictment and judged by a warrant, have to have a, you know, call out in that warrant who and where you're going to search. And they were saying they had a warrant for the arrest, but there was no warrant for her arrest. They never had. That's why they dropped her case. See, there's a lawsuit right there. Right there is a lawsuit. Why didn't she go immediately file a lawsuit? Because she went missing as soon as they filed the lawsuit. She went missing, brother, sister. She went missing as soon as they dropped her charges. She went missing and my son went missing. That's when the cop said he went missing. The state trooper said he went missing the same time that my daughter's case was dropped. Does anything sound a little fishy here? Did the cops already scoop him up? Because they said he went missing in September. Remember, I have documented that he was on the phone in court in October. Their timeline's wrong. Something's not right. Remember, I called Josephine County. They said they saw him, but they wouldn't go arrest him. I don't think they won't take a report. They won't give, law enforcement won't give the attorney the call. Nothing in this case is even right. There's nothing that's right. So, YouTube, huh? Thanks, YouTube, for keeping me in this terror state of unknowing where my children are at and nobody will look for them. Get no help from anybody. It's crazy. Just that's the life that we lead. He lives a little life. He didn't do nothing for, 4 years. He got in trouble. So what? People make mistakes, you know, and he did his time double. Remember, he did not at once, but twice, and I can prove that. Go look at the live stream. A live stream for 258 hours. It's still here. It's still up on this channel. Can't take it away. It'd still be discovery, no matter what. They have all this metadata You can't take it away. It's called the right of discovery and suppression of evidence. In a Sixth Amendment trial, I have the right to bring, remember, call witness in my favor, discovery, suppression of evidence. I have all this evidence, so even before they SWAT raided the house. So, you know what I'm saying? So, I'm here because of YouTube, guys. They were watching the live stream. They knew what I was doing in here. See, that's going to fry they're fried right there. It says it in their evidence. When I go live, they're monitoring it. So they knew what I was doing in here. And I was live streaming. Remember what I was doing. So nobody was grabbing, nobody's violent, they're done. But see, I think they already eliminated my son and daughter, so they're done. All they have to do is get rid of me and the case is closed. No mas. Look at this simple little life. The only thing that's keeping me here is that I live stream and they know it. They're monitoring it right now. I can't report my son's dead or my daughter dead, guys. That's crazy, or missing. I won't take the report. Remember, tried to get Josh Bezel to look at the case. He threw me in jail. Full filed charges came. They took my guns. We're trying to say, hey, you guys aren't doing your job. Do your job. You're out harassing the general public, going on people's properties in their houses to turn around retaliation charges and put harassment charges against me. Throw me in jail. Again. So, thank you, YouTube, for keeping me here so I can be terrorized. So you have to deal with me. Whoever doesn't like it, kick rocks. Take it up with YouTube. I'll take it up with Father My Dead. That's already written. So one of those jackoffs that likes to see people get hurt, that some of that S&M stuff, like see people in pain. Oh. There you go. Somebody crushed in the face with a grenade. How about that? Laugh. Oh, look at this veteran. He got whacked in the face. Watch this. Let's watch that again. I wasn't calling for violence. I was calling for de-escalation the whole time. I'm saying? Doesn't make sense, right? I was de-escalating the whole time. You tell I have training this. All I tried to do is de-escalate. Talk to me, guys. Talk to me. Called me. I even gave my telephone number. All this de-escalation skills. I handled it exactly as I was supposed to. Hands up. Everybody, peace. Everybody went, and it didn't matter. They were grenaded. I was grenaded. Elijah was shot. Remember? Animals got grenaded because they were in here. Imagine the hearing when that grenade went off. They have dog hearing, not... Remember the whistle? You can't hear it. Imagine what that felt like for the dogs' ears in here. Imagine what it felt like for the dogs, guys. My dog. And then they had to breathe that gas. See, they were in here, and I had to shut the door, knowing that my dogs. I had to shut the door. Dude, that was so hard shutting them in here. But I knew if they went out, they get shot. I had to close. You know what I'm saying? Shut the door behind with 4 or 5 tear gas canisters. It was white in here. It looked like like it snowed in here, but tear gas. Remember? This is so hard to, and you hear me, you go watch it. I don't know, man. Thank you, YouTube, for keeping me here so I could be terrorized day and night. Wonder if my son and daughter are alive. I just keep going because I feel like, somehow it would be right. Since it kept me here, I better keep, don't just shut this thing off. That's, sometimes I do. I don't even want to do this anymore. This is getting so old every day. Not getting anywhere. Once again, was it about a week ago, from council, paid all this money through one of the best, most expensive attorneys in the state. Okay, call the state. I already called. You're supposed to call Josephine. Can't call the state. Okay, yes. I call them, and no, they can't. They don't have jurisdiction to take the report for a missing person. But they come in here and shoot Elijah. They got jurisdiction to come shoot Elijah, grenade, and kidnap my daughter, but they don't have jurisdiction to take a report for their dead bodies or possible missing. Remember, I gave them all the, the evidence that I have against Marshall, Wolf Creek, Oregon, Mount Creek. I'm not hiding this, what the hell's going on up there in those mountains? I told you, strip mining. He said, this guy said he can take my son and hide him in the gold mines. And I said, no, we're keeping him here. So I know where he's at now. I already said that. That's where he's last seen. That's where my daughter's car was picked up. Yet nobody looks for him. What a terrorizing, I get up every day and Can't do anything. You know, I don't know why his mom don't report him missing. Remember, I reported missing. They said they were going to come throw me in jail. Remember, I told it to the judge. You know, my last case, he said he's going to throw me in jail. Remember, I told it Josh Bezel, he threw me in jail. He threw me in jail. You know, remember, I was already thrown in jail for trying to show him, hey, here's all the evidence. You know, you're trying to arrest my son again when he's already done all this stuff 2 times. It's one thing if he didn't do it once, but you made him do it over, and then he did it again, and now you're still trying to throw him in jail. One big thing if he didn't finish it, he had to finish it just to leave the county that, you know, I was here. You want to go back to where his mom lived? It's cut and dry. So this case is so cut and dry, it's disgusting. You know, to get threatened by a judge saying, oh, you know, you don't know what you're talking about, and you want a speedy trial. They're going to send me to trial in 6 days without even having a jury selection or calling witness. Remember? Oh, they flipped the script on that. I'm so fucking stupid, huh? I'm going to file a federal lawsuit against Pat Wilkie. I want him put on a lie detector, even though that's not admissible in court, to see if he knew anything about Elijah. I don't know what you're talking about. So they're reporting the murder of my son, and he's a seated judge in the county of Josephine County, Oregon. He ain't going to listen to it? You going to tell me you don't know what yeah, he did. He knew something. They didn't send his ass 4 or 5 hours to strong arm me like that. Remember, it's all here, documented right here. Documented it all here on YouTube. Fuck them. What am I going to do? What are they going to do? Come back and shoot me? Wasn't violent the first time. Remember, everybody with their hands up, didn't matter. Elijah was still shot. Adriana was still grenaded. Elijah was still grenaded. The dogs were still grenaded. I was still grenaded. Everybody got fucked up. They didn't care. They just came in rocking to get rid of me. Actually, remember all the other discovery that I put in about the cops out here and the farmers. I ain't afraid of nothing. I ain't going to run from nothing. Christ stood up to the law. It's Christ-like to do what I do. First Amendment auditors are some of those Christ-like people on this rock. You know, those people go out and film police in their capacity of their duty. Public officials, you have no right to privacy when you're in public, or servant anywhere in public, remember? Especially if you're a public servant, not a public tyrant, raider, and going out there and extorting people like they do. Look what they came and did. They just extorted me for nearly $100,000. Remember, I ain't got one single dime. Not anybody chipped in. Not any other organization come in and said anything, man. I'm a veteran, and I don't care that I'm a veteran, but, you know, what the hell? This nation is gone, and so I know where my son's at, and he's either being held captive against his will or he's dead, man. He's either looking over his shoulder with a warrant for his arrest that just wastes the last 16 months of what I just did. So stupid, man. Thanks, YouTube, for keeping me alive so I can keep terrorized every day by this crap. So if you don't like what you're hearing, take it up with YouTube. Well, actually, take it up with Father, because he wrote my death, and they wanted me dead. So I wouldn't be here for YouTube live stream. So just trying to figure it out. So, you know, it's all there. Put this out over and over again. I don't know what else to do here, you know. So like nobody's ever going to hear me. It's like I'm in this echo chamber, and I did get shot when I went out the door. I felt the sting when I went out there. Remember, a couple of times I looked at that guy who's had that gun pointed right in my face, man. I was like, here it comes. Remember, I already been grenaded in the face to go open the same door to make sure my son got out, you know. Then they shoot him. And I got to listen to my shooting. They got to play the stupid, you know, de-escalate, talk to his dead body or whatever. Remember, I didn't know. He didn't make a damn peep. Remember? Brrr. I'm like, oh, he's gone. You know, because I have this training. You will go watch it. They're going to look at this someday federally, go, this guy did everything he could to try to get these police not come and SWAT raid his house. Right? We even pleaded. We did 17 days straight. 5 years. This is a 5-year-old case they don't want to look at. You know, with Elijah, it's crazy. You know, it's, I can't report him missing, man. I can't report my son or daughter missing. It just blows my mind. The country I serve, this beast system, I guess, huh? They don't care about your rights. Guilty until proven otherwise. How about not innocent until proven guilty? You know, there ain't nothing like that. Because I'm a constitutionalist. They can't come after me because I use my First Amendment right of free speech. I didn't threaten violence. I said I could protect my house, and I didn't. Remember? We didn't do nothing of the sort. Actually made it very clear this wasn't a standoff. It was a stand up. We were using our right, affirmative defense, self-defense, not with a weapon. With the constitutional right under the Fourth Amendment. I know my rights. I used to do this for a living, so whatever. It's in their reports, in their discovery. It's called discovery, in their evidence. They know that I was a law enforcement. They know I was SWAT. They know I did all this. They know I'm a veteran. MP in the Army. Doesn't give him any right to come violate my daughter. He didn't have a warrant for her arrest. That was a kidnapping. They won't take it. Brandon, I won't take a report on my son or daughter. Just watch. I've done tons of, there's thousands now of hours of discovery. The feds have never contacted me. We've been contacting the feds for 5 years now. Department of Justice, state, federal. And, you know, all I was doing was I don't have a record. All I was trying to do is help my son, because they were trying to illegally arrest him again. They'd already done it once, you know, and he'd done everything he was supposed to do. It's crazy. Got attacked from the beginning. So it's all, you know what I'm saying? It's all in there. Been putting this out 16 months. The case hasn't even been opened up. That's called a violation of the right of due process. You have the Sixth Amendment right to fair and speedy trial. You have the right under the Fifth Amendment of adequate counsel. I know this. I did this for a living. I don't like what I did. I rebuke this country and all the crap that it's become. I hate that I served this, you know, nation as a strangulation nation. All we do is rape nations with our military, make people pay for oil. See, people want people like me to talk up. They want constitutionalists like me to be quiet. Shut up, you know, or pay you big bucks and you can go go as a private contractor and go kill for more money and better weaponry. You know, it's ridiculous. Oh, so we're not involved in a military operation. So yeah, instead of taking in the emergency room, if you want to go see it, go look at the SWAT raid. It's on the playlist, so you can get your little background. There's 258 hours of 17 days if you want to see leading up to all the evidence that I had against, you know, them. Should have never one call and they could have avoided so many things. There's massive lawsuits. I think what happened is it just because I'm in this podunk town and I uncovered a lot of things out here. We got a missing cop, a dead cop run off the road. Why? How'd he end up like that? Well, because there's a lot. Cops are dirty. Remember, I used to be one. You know, I had that jackboot thug. I was a military police in the Army, so I know. You know, what's the worst thing to a good cop, right? A bad cop. Yeah, okay. Well, that bad cop sitting there doing it, and all these other good cops watching it, they're bad cops too. There's no such thing as a good cop. They're supposed to be serving this, you know, constitutional republic, and it's not. So until law enforcement returns it to a constitutional republic, it's not. Till they return our money, not paper, to gold and silver. It's all a violation. It's repugnant. It tells people like me to stand up against it. But people, Christ stood up to things like this, but most people aren't Christ-like. They're more worried about losing their life. I just think it sucks that I'm here. My son and daughter could be, you know, dead, raped, murdered. Told them exactly where they're at and all the forensic, you know, all the evidence to put the discovery in front of them time and time again. I know how to create discovery. I've been a law enforcement officer, so I've represented myself before, you know, when I was going through custody for my son. You know, I was a single parent for 8 years, mom and dad. I was just a dad trying to take care of his kid. No criminal record. And they just came after, insulted us, battered us, grenaded. Imagine having your daughter grenaded while you woke. Imagine me woken up with a grenade, you know. Here, we got the grenade pins here because they didn't scoop up all their evidence. They were sloppy, called policing. When I was in the Army, we called that policing. Picking up your brass, that's called policing. Okay, one. So imagine being woke up. There's no warrant for your arrest. You haven't done anything, and you get grenaded. And I had them in a separate building away from me, so they couldn't do anything to them like that. And they still did it anyways. Just grenaded them. So there's a lot of discovery in this case. You're going to have to go back. I ain't going to go into all of it. So just not any, you just go, look, it's there. You wouldn't even, somebody could make, just go take the 12-minute SWAT raid and you can make a YouTube channel off of it. I'm banned. I've been shadow banned. I have 6 YouTube channels. I've been doing this for over a decade, half a dozen channels, and almost a dozen years on YouTube. So just go look. It's all there. You know, yeah, I curse. I didn't curse for 2,000 hours plus hours on any of my prior channels, not to my knowledge, until I, 2 weeks into being menaced and harassed. And my daughter was nearly losing her mind, thinking her husband was going to get thrown in jail over something when she went to go help him finish all that, double time. He did not do his probation once, but he did it twice, and they wouldn't. He still had 3 months left on his probation to finish it. Even if they said he didn't, they still were going to throw him in prison. Issued a warrant for his arrest, put as well as get a downward departure, and means you're going to jail full time for the original, crime that you committed, and he did all his time. He's actually the only person out of 5 guys involved in the same exact theft, not robbery, breaking into open buildings that have been sitting out here, they've been dilapidated, hanging out, being teenagers. They're all a bunch of teenagers. I'm not going into it. This case is incredible, brothers, sisters, and you know what? Let the cards fall where they are. I'm just so blown away that I'm here because of YouTube, so I have to give thanks to Father for creating the interweb, because I wouldn't be here. I hope it just wasn't a trade-off, my life for theirs, you know what I'm saying? And now I can't even, it's like I'm in some twilight zone. You can't even remember how many times how many you've been here. If I reported them dead, murdered, missing, raped, they don't care. Just keep arresting me, menacing me, and it doesn't get anywhere. So it's like it'd probably been better that I did get shot that day, because this is terrorizing me every day to try to just tell myself I'm okay, and I can't get any help. His mom doesn't want to help. He has aunts and uncles, all that. It's just not like that. He just does his own thing, and so do I. The apple don't fall far from the tree. He's just be doing his thing with his wife. It's just crazy. But it is what it is. I just want to thank you, brothers and sisters, for being there for me for the last 15 months, because it's the only thing that's kind of kept me going. I don't have any other purpose here. Elijah was my friend, the only friend I had. He's my brother, mother, son. Remember? If you've been here, he's my mother in Christ. He is a very good instructor. He helped this ministry he was a moderator in this channel, and he was a good moderator. I always appreciated his comments, like I do appreciate your comments. So thanks for being there for me, because like I said, the dogs are great and I love them, and what they got put through is disgusting, but the walls only listen to me. They don't talk back. So appreciate it. This is beautiful, because this is what, now I have never had anybody in my life other than my son, because I just don't connect with people, because I'm eternal. I'm not worried about this life. I'm not here to serve the flesh. I'm here to serve the word. Because if you're part of this ministry, you know what I'm talking about. I love the word, not the world. So you guys are people this is like what's going to be like, brothers, because we're not going to have flesh. If I've taught you, remember he says, call no man teacher, that's the word prophet, that, you don't get a body to be with Father. Father doesn't exist in flesh. Father is the word hope, spirit, ghost, and that's the word faith. Remember, things unseen. You can't see words, you can't see error, you believe in error, right? You know what I'm saying? Using that as just a idiom, right? Not an idiot, an idiom. So, the things unseen. Father, you can't see Father. He's not flesh. He's spirit. So just remember that, brothers and sisters. We get to go be with Father, and this flesh is temporary. You're not going to be with Father with flesh. If you want it, you better go live a little bit longer and get rid of it, cut it off, circumcise it daily. And even though that my life is terrorizing, I'm going to do what because you have to die to be saved. I hope if you don't glean anything from this ministry, you glean that. You have to endure to the end to be saved. That's the word sozo, carried, picked up, lifted from beginning point to an ending point. Remember, we define in here every word. Healed. So whoever hurt me, he will heal me. Caused me pain, he will heal me. Whoever screwed me over, he will right. Remember, he is the horizo. Remember, he will straighten all this out. He's the one who divides the wheat from the chaff. I was meek, remember, not weak. I always said I would protect my home, and I never did. We all left with our hands in the air, and Elijah was shot. Adriana was kidnapped, assaulted and battered, grenaded. Imagine that, grenaded. I still can't get over that, brother. I've been right since then. I really haven't. I've been a little bit off since then. I never thought that they grenaded them, and until I found that second grenade pin, I did. The other day I looked in there and realized too how that window, how it's all shattered, and how the glass, and how they'd actually that motorhome's got a real thick. It's a gel coat. It's not some little thin wall. It's a diesel motorhome. It has and now it's getting all shot because the windows are all But yeah, it's not about that. It's that they were in there. That concussed inside of there. I can't imagine being woken up, by a grenade. Well, I guess I did because I was in the other thing. That's what woke me up. Remember them getting grenaded? That's how they came in here. They didn't announce themselves. They didn't say anything. They just grenaded my daughter and son. That's crazy. So that's a massive lawsuit right out the gate. Violation of civil rights to be secure in your house, papers, persons, and effects. That's a cruel and unusual punishment. There's so many violations, civil rights violations in this case. I just don't see how I am even alive, because I don't see how anybody hasn't just turned this over. I've been offering somebody, say, hey, you find me a civil lawsuit attorney that can take this case. I guarantee it's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. I know somebody under habeas corpus could file for my son and daughter's behalf. There's people who need to go to jail in this case. What they did was criminal. They're still out there on the loose, could be doing this to any Oregon state resident. That's what scares me. They came in there like a gang, shooting to kill, like Lavoy Finicum. They did that to him. Go look what the state police did to him in Oregon. I got to deal with these same thugs out here. And they had no legal or whatever they call lawful right to do what they did. They didn't. They needed to. They are under the affirmative defense. My actions, my son's, my daughter's rights were justified. I have the right to protect myself from illegal prosecution. The legal description is self-defense. I've gone over, I've done straight live streams just on your rights, try to show people you have the right to protect. Now, I'm not saying they won't do to you what they did to me, but if you don't stand up, man, Christ's going to judge you by, you're more scared of that being a bootlicker and licking that cop's boot instead of, asserting your rights, or at least, I know you got kids and I know you got dogs and stuff, some of us, but you need to stand up, Christ stood up to the law and they threw him in jail. So if you've been thrown in jail over standing up to perverted law, this corporation is halakha, that's a perverted, that corporation law, that revised statutes are not part of this original constitutional republic, but you don't know enough of what's going on, and I do. So he's going to hold me to this measure, but you better make sure you're still standing up against the beast, because that's what he did. They perverted the law. After 40 years, they translated to Aramaic and made a dual law, right? Duality, they're perverted. Come on by, give it. Well, the Pharisees, remember? And the Sadducees, they knew they could speak the Old Testament, and they made their halakha, which allowed them to glean the fields. And remember, if it fell off the back of the cart, it was supposed to stay on the ground. All the poor, all that, it was a big boy club. Remember, it was the Pharisees, the money changers. Same thing that's going on today. The corporation America, brothers, sisters, is perverted. I'm a constitutionalist, not a sovereign citizen. I took an oath to do not quit your post until properly relieved is the first. That is the very first general order of all military that fall under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Do not quit your post. I ain't see anybody to have my six, so I got to do this on my own. I ain't Rambo, but I got to do what I can. Set apart is what he said. Remember, I knew you before you were in the womb, so it's okay. I'm here to do what Father has me to do, and if my son and daughter are dead, at least they ain't suffering. That's all I can tell you. All I've done is try to report their bodies, and now, since they criminally came out here, it's on the live stream. I've done all. I made the discovery. That's what discovery is. It's evidence, it's called the right of discovery and suppression of evidence. They cannot stop that evidence in court. You have that. Oh, hey, look what we got on him. No. I have the right to call witness in my favor. And I have a witness list that's 30 plus people long. I just jumped in front of my son's evidence, basically. They wouldn't look at it. I was involved. I said, all right, you want to arrest him? Here, I'm the evidence now. When you become the evidence, write the movie about it. When you become the evidence. And because you would do this as a constitutionalist, brother, it says, defend this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And we have domestic enemies on the homeland, brothers, sisters. It's these people who are going out operating in commerce. This is not a constitutional republic. And when I took a note to the Constitution, it was the Constitution, not freedom, not a flag, not a country. Fuck America. And fuck that flag. I'll burn it and shit on it. I don't care. I took a note to the right of the people. I thought it was to choose. Stand on the X. I thought there was a choice. Wear a mask. I thought we had a choice. I thought veterans wore masks in the desert. Women burqa or veiled their faces. They veiled Christ's face. That's the word toxon or bow, or apocalypse is to lift it off. Remove the cover. Revelation, to reveal the aletheia, the truth that's been standing there all along, erect. Not like some phallic worship, covered by lies and deception, but you don't know because you know some corporation, corporate law. I know this. I serve this Constitution. And so I take an oath to the right of the people. Freedom is an idea and it's long gone. So they don't like people like me. They get rid of people like me. Oh, he's a sovereign. I'm not sovereign. Only Father is sovereign. Father is creator of the law. There is no such thing as a sovereign citizen. You better claim state nationalist or something. Contact your Secretary of State. Say, I'm not part of this corporation after they added these revised statutes. Because remember, if it was adjudicated through the House, Congress, and Senate, it's repugnant. We're supposed to stand against that. If you don't, you're not Christ-like. You're not a disciple if you're not going out there and burying this crucifixion. He was crucified for standing up to their halak. It was called an oral law. You could speak it, but you couldn't write it down. There was a Haggadah. This was a written law. You could write it down, but you couldn't speak it. You better go study. This is the Targum, not a Torah. This is their Talmud or their Mishnah. Go get it. Look at this. Go see Brother Jim at Pastor Jim Brown at Grace and Truth. This is High Desert Faith and Truth HD Facts, what we call it here. Not for the HD of what you see for your vision. It's the content that you hear, right? Hopefully, if you have a hearing ear, you're not deaf or retarded, but you've been screwed down and throttled down like a carburetor, right? You're not going to turn a goat into a sheep. That's why I'm not mad at anybody. I know Father created all these things. They came in and probably already killed my son and daughter. It don't make any sense for him to be alive. They would have filed lawsuits by now. It doesn't matter. I'm not mad. I seek no vengeance. Father will pour out a just measure. That's what he says when he returns. So, sozo, you must endure to the end. That means you must take every last breath that you have, die, and then be resurrected to be saved. Sozo, you must endure to the end to be saved, is what he says. Grow up. Read the word. Stop listening to these religious idiots. Idiot means they don't know what they're talking about. Well, actually, they never heard or seen that. I don't know what they are. They're Satanists is what they are. They're the adversary, because if you add a jot to that book, you're a Satanist, meaning high priest, of the Satanist church, MAGA. Oh, they don't like me talking about, I don't do politics. This is way past Democrippery bloodbacon. Yeah, this ministry doesn't support politics. You know how you know when a politician is lying, their mouth is open, right? It's moving. Poly meaning many, tick meaning sucker, blood. Politics, many blood suckers. They're all related to the queen. I don't want to hear, remember, you better your constitutional rights asserted, because if you go as some corporate law, judge that shall be judged. Yep, go by a corporation, you're going to be judged. He said Shiloh, remember? That's when it redeems, and he stood up the corporation of the day. Remember, Halakha, Haggadah, corporation, revised statutes. Are you a statute? Are you a dead man, corp? Remember, my name's not all capital letters. I don't operate in commerce. I only operate in a private capacity. Remember, I'm out here and I live off the grid. I don't do the things that this world does. He said, come out of her, my people. You know what I'm saying? It's fine. You don't know anything about the Bible, Chef. You're an idiot. I can start testing you one word at a time. Don't talk about the scripture. You're what is called a Satanist. There's once, twice. We'll see what else you got. You want to define a word? Tell me what the word hell is and give you the definition. If you can't define it, get them out of here. That's the way this ministry works, one word at a time. Go ahead. You want me to start the clock? Doom. Get out of here, Mighty Hunter Nimrod. Your food for Wi-Fi. Go route yourself somewhere else. We're waiting. All right. You have to define ass, Chef. Define ass. You have to define what an ass is. I'll give you a hint. Christ said a brutish beast, brutish in nature. Define an ass. You're on the clock. Doom. But nope, you're gone. Get him out of here. Didn't know what an ass or a the hell is. I love you, Poggy. What? Come on, man. What? What's outside? What do you want out there? All right, the puppy dog's one out. You're like having a girlfriend that wants to, or a wife wants to change her clothes every hour, come in and ask me if her butt looks big. Is there a right answer? Uh-oh, I don't know if they heard that. Did anybody hear that? You guys didn't hear that, did you? Our brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, there's no boys and girls in here. This is an adult stream only. These dogs, it's like I got two wives. All right, good. Nobody heard it. Yeah. Sometimes YouTube's got some pretty strong background noise. So, all right. I'm here because of YouTube. If you don't like me, guess what? Take it up with Father. He created all things. Remember we had the biblical scholar in here the other day, right? We had the biblical scholar in here. Remember all biblical and all? They're like, all right, let's start with some words here. How much? Someone started speaking some pig Latin. Remember? Started speaking in tongues. Remember? Some alien dialect. Didn't know what he was talking about. So that's all right. We'll slow him down. Give him one word at a time. It's not hard to do. Remember, brother, sister, already told you. So ball camp, here we go. God's in the sky. So it's going to be hard, brothers, sisters, when they lock down and I can't go look for Elijah, man. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. I'm not sure how I'll respond at that time. I'm serious. Man, like I said, I already want to get out of here. I already told you that. I don't even want to be here anymore. I'm fighting the hell just to get out of here like a bird. I don't care about this country. There's nothing here. I can't help Elijah anymore. I'm done trying to help him like that. I mean, I can still help in this fashion, but I can't do anything. I've done everything. I get myself in trouble and get thrown in jail. Can't help them. Locked up. They got me. They're going to unalive me then for sure. You know, just one jailer away from, oh, what happened to him? Nope. You don't know. You're not in there. You know, so I'm already blessed to have been in and out of there a couple of times. Then I remember had a local, you got him. I know you have. Don't try to unalive him. We know you got him there. You guys have a chip on your shoulder. You're just pissed because he protested against you during the COVID because you guys wouldn't get off your ass and protect the businesses. You hate him because he's a constitutionalist, but he didn't do anything but hold a right to protest. He's attacking that guy. So somebody have my back in this community. That's pretty badass, brothers, sisters, you know, to do that and at least give a shit about me, because I don't really feel, again, that, you know, sometimes Father just uses me and beats the hell out of me. And that's okay. I'm blessed. Remember, I got abundance. I just can't share it with anybody. See? It's like a double-edged sword. Everything is the double-edged swords, but that's the way it is. Damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't, right? So don't go down to the side of the majority. It depends what you're, you know, do not partake. Remember? It was to share the light. See, there you go. Right there. Don't hide it in the basket. Damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't, huh? I could put a lot of different, you know, the word to that. So I know Father's using me. It's just hard, brothers, sisters. I mean, YouTube saved my stinking life. What a blessing. It says it in their discovery. YouTube, all over it. Anonymous YouTube caller calls and says he would fight to the death to keep his son from going to prison. Yeah, I made it very clear for 258 hours, we're going to use the Constitution, not Second Amendment, not guns, but the actual Fourth Amendment right to be secure and House papers, persons of effect, you know, this whole innocent until proven guilty my ass. They just came here and rock this place, just whatever. Like I said, I want to fix the front of this house so bad before the winter gets here, but I can't because I don't have the windows and I don't have the money to replace them because I can't even find replacement windows that I can afford. I can't afford $200 a window. You know, these were when I got them, but I can't do that right now. And I have too many other expenses going on right now. Like I said, I don't, but I do. I just shelled out all this money for the attorney. Bail, you know, remember John, you know, the attorney, Cleo's $130,000 bail. Yeah, who paid that? See why he gave me a good rate, brothers, sisters, on representing me in court? You know, I paid way more for Elijah's case, you know, to get him out of jail on the same thing. So I know, haven't heard from him, not a word, and I'm hoping that's good news, brothers, sisters. You know, it's going to be 481 days since they SWAT raided this house, man. Coming up in 12 days. You believe that? Nothing's been done. I haven't heard anything. 481 days, man. You know, and I don't expect no Jubilee because I thought when I was going to hit 50 this year that, you know, this last year I'm in my 50s now, he'd let up on me, and then nope, he keeps going. So I don't expect any let up. I actually expect things to get a lot worse because that's what the book says. So I don't think things are going to get better. So thanks for being in here, brother, sister. Let me get this out because sometimes, like I said, I really wish I would have just been taken out if my father was, you know, had taken my son already and my daughter, and they're not here. And, you know, I'm only here for you. I'm here for the ministry. Remember, I don't want to own anything. I just want to go travel, and I'm already retired. I don't need to own anything. Remember, didn't purchase this land for myself anyways. And still nobody's here. And it's been, 10 years offering this place up, and all the, work, getting in unbelievable results on that homesteading. I haven't actually had a couple of solid. I haven't gone through these people and looked through the people that are offering to come out here. I haven't seen that spiritual side. I see people who might be able to help, but I said, I don't have no firewood. I'm screwed. I'm so screwed. I found a couple pieces today, and it was in the 60s, and I put it in there, and it was like, well, whatever. I didn't know I had a couple pieces of firewood. It was in the bottom of the wood box under all the paper. But we're still, it's all gone. But that's okay. I don't care. I'll be fine. That's why I'm trying to get into the Rusty Dragon. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to try to get moved over there, and we'll spend the winter there if I have to. So something will come up. Like I said, there's in 12 days, that's been 481 days. You know what I'm saying? So it's not that remember the Jubilee year, 7 Shemitah cycles of 7, on the 7th times 7, 490, like the 490 generation, and the 7 times 70 that we talk about in here. So they ain't give up on a Jubilee year on me. That's the debt forgive. Remember, not forgive us our trespasses. It said forgive us our debts. Because there was a Jubilee. That's why they took this out. They don't want you to know that. They don't want you to know about the, forgive us our debts, right? Or forgive us our debtors. Now it says forgive us our trespasses, that Mandela effect, or whatever. So it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. I know Father writes all things. He's a creator. There's nothing's happening that Father doesn't exactly want to be happening. Like I said, if Elijah's dead, he's dead. If he's suffering, it's because he's suffering like I am. I know it. How could he not be looking over his shoulder with a warrant for his arrest? That's not right. It's not right. But his Father doing it. So it's okay. It's a blessing to know that Father has his hands on everything, and he creates most people to be evil vessels of wrath, fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. So there's nothing I can change. The only thing I can change is, myself, not just follow his will and thy kingdom come. That's what the bride is, the wedding feast of the lambs. That's what it means in the Lord's Prayer, thy kingdom come. It's that crown that you have to have to set at the feet of Christ, Shiloh, so it can be covered by that. Otherwise, you're going to put yourself under the Old Testament, where the wages of one sin was death. And now he said, don't change a jot. What's changed? Nothing has changed. Father, nothing. He sent his son to fulfill and stand up to the law. Fulfill, I said not. He blotted out the handwriting of ordinances in the book of Colossians 2:14, which was written on stone tablets, pounded out onto the rock, and now it's on our hearts, not on temples. Our bodies, the temple. They used to enter the temple with this perfect sacrifice. They ate lamb, remember? Not crackers and grape juice, not Cadbury bunnies or fluffy. I don't want to hear a sugar-coated peep out of you. This is all paganism, Calvinism, Mormonism, Catholicism. It's the deadly head wound that was healed in Scripture. Remember, the two pontiffs outlawed this, brothers and sisters. This is called equinox rituals of the Samhain. Remember, they would have rituals. So they have burnt offerings for harvest, better harvest in the spring, where they had their alignment of their sun god, birthed in the middle of the winter. The Massey god, birthed in the manger. On December 25th, Jesus Christ, Christians, Catholics, Protestants, Presbyterians, all of them, they follow this communion. They thought they can communicate, have burnt offerings. Remember the burnt offerings with their dead ancestors for their deities, little g gods, fortunes. Brothers, sisters, this is the same thing. They're doing it today. This is all outlawed. It's called what? Religion. You don't dwell in temples made by hands. Remember, the Most High, always declares two witnesses, brothers and sisters. That way it makes it a contract. Remember, he was the testor of that will. Remember the Old Testament. We're not under the law. You put yourself under the law of Aaron and Levite, the old Torah, then the wages of sin, one is death. And don't act like now that nothing's changed with the weather here, because you add a jot to his scripture, you add a tittle, and you put yourself right back up, rip Christ down from that tree he hung from, and put yourself under the Old Testament. He made a new covenant, that's right, with his bride. And he divorced his bride in the book of Revelation. He called her a whore for cheating on his Agape, the Torah, for going after other gods, little g gods, deities, having burnt offerings, the Masseh, Jesus Christ, birthed in the middle of the winter in a manger. This is Catholicism. This is the deadly head wound that Constantine rebranded as he thought he was going to lose his empire to these people that went after this Baphomet worship. Baal in the Grove. Baal in the Grove. Yeah, the Anunnaki. Do you know what the Anunnaki is? Define the word Anunnaki. We'll stop. Define the word Anunnaki. You don't know what Anunnaki is, child. You need directed, and I'll show you the light. Otherwise, I'm going to cast you out of here like he cast not. The man said he was legion, not demon. Demon's word liar, or one who distributes fortunes. I was just saying they used to have burnt offering to their dead ancestors for fortunes. Uh-oh, we got another one in here. This is called Nephilim. I guarantee you're a Nephilim. That means bully. Quit pushing your bull crap on everybody. You can't define the word Anunnaki. It's called Anakin Skywalker, you silly little rabbit. Chewbacca didn't have Wookiee with an Ewok. Now we got big feet. Get out of here. Where's it say planet? Oh, planet of the big feet, or a barrel full of monkeys. These people think it's a game. Silly little reindeer games. Remember Bozo the Clown, little circus show, Mr. Warp Speed, bend over taco Gemini, say one thing, do something else. That's Giannis, the rooster god with a cock. That's why they did your egg rituals in January. This channel warned you about it well in advance. I'm not a prophet. That's the word teacher. He said, call no man teacher. A false teacher is the word scorpizzo. That I am. By birth, right? Remember, in the celestial firmament, stars as a magi, an angelos. Remember, Father keeps me here. He fights all my battles for me. So remember, can't define the word Anak. That's the Gaza, the Philistines, the champions. Remember, David slayed an Anaki, not gods in the sky. Giants, there were giants in the land, remember? Oh, they were like grass. Remember, they didn't go in there and kill the giants because they were eating flesh. Masse, the eating of human flesh. Look at this, Jesus. Now let's look at this. Watch, rebuke. Father can rebuke only the word. Jesus is, where's the letter J in Scripture? Where you read Josh, like J there was no J's in Hebrew or Greek, Josh. And we won't fight over a letter there, Josh. When he says name, it's Shem, idiot. And that's all of these letters. God damn it! Does not mean taking the Lord's name in vain. Lord is a pagan term meaning master, and he says you can't sue. God is a title. To take it in vain, vain means worthless, and that means all of them. Shem, all of my book, my covenant. God damn it. Shut up, child. Uh-oh. Somebody I need to seek help. What do you want to do? Take drugs? Like Mr. Warp Speed? Lay down on a couch, take drugs, something's wrong with me. Why don't you just push the drugs on me like most people do? Like Mr. Warp Speed, $2.2 trillion, the greatest drug dealer ever. It will go down in history. I don't care. I'm standing for the fact, Jack. Remember, I do it by the number. Uh-oh, I'm losing it. I'm teetering off. It's called negation, cancellation. Remember, like the degradation of our magnetosphere? Uh-oh, it's Aurora. Remember, Northern Lights, they're seeing them at the equator. Deceive, deception. That age is over. We're in that. Welcome to the age. Welcome to a revelation. Am I a follower? Remember, he said in the book of Matthew, who shall ever come after me, let them deny themselves daily, take up your cross daily, and follow after me. I bet you didn't know that. Remember? Luke, there's always a sister chapter. My disciples, take up your cross, follow after me. Oh. Christ is a pagan term. That means anointed in oil. Remember, the eye is the lamp of the body. If it's filled with darkness, then the vessel, the whole lamp is filled with darkness. If the eye is filled with light, then the whole vessel. Remember, they don't mix like dark and light, water, and watered down milk and oil. You've been punch drunk there, Christ Jesus. Jesus is a pagan term, translation name. Name is Shem. Stop speaking these translated words. He said, don't add a jot. You don't live on a ball planet, do you? Planet of the apes. Remember, here we go again. Here we go round in circles. Way to fly high like a bird up in the sky. Remember, he said, be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. Don't fight with these people, brothers, sisters. Just use the word against them. If they're in the Broadway, they're on that Broadway Jesus. On the Broadway, Sunday, one day, fun day, Jesus. Show them to the narrow way. Just show them to the light. That's what you're supposed to do. was Jesus' Greek influence. No, there's no J's in scripture in the Greek. Okay, I have this scripture right here, the 12th century canonized, and there was no J's in Greek. But don't fight over a letter. That's stupid. When he says name, he means every single letter that's in that book. Don't even add a jot. So stop fighting over J's and Yeshua. There's no vowels in Hebrew. You're showing your ignorance. You know what I'm saying? Not you. People do. Oh, his name is Yeshua. Stop it. There's no vowels in Hebrew. Get your A-I-O Elohim. You mean if you're going to use, he said before Abraham was I, you don't know even. Oh, nothing good could come of Nazareth. You know? You know what I'm saying? He's from Bethlehem. Remember, from the house of David, they're idiots. Oh, Jesus of Nazareth, get out of here. You're watered down. Like water, there's no water baptism. Baptism is by fire. Baptizo or bapto. You know, he dipped John, right? Have me water dip me so they'll listen to me. I'll go by their halakha ritual. Remember, there you go with your halakha and Haggadah. You got your own version. You're a Satanist, meaning if you add a jot, that means you're the adversary. Or tittle. You know what that means? I'm not trying to tickle your ear, huh? I'm giving you the meat. Not some watered down milk, which you worship. You celebrate. You're not supposed to do any of these things. You're supposed to edify. Remember, in the Lord's Prayer, the Master, he says you can't serve two. Hallowed be thy name. That means all those letters in that book, this new covenant. You got to remember which ones were fulfilled and blotted out in the book of Colossians 2 and 14. What's written on stone? I don't know what you're smoking. Remember, rolled tablets, scrolls. I don't know what you're smoking on paper. It wasn't written on paper. It was written on rock, pounded in the stone. Now it's sprinkled with the blood of the lamb. Remember, it was on altars, had to have a sacrifice. Aaron and Levite at the altar enter the temple, table of showbread, 7 candlesticks, altar of incense behind the veil. The veil, that is the word taxon. Remember, they put a veil over his face, and then the ritual, the blood over the, remember, the 2 cherubs, the ark of the covenant, or the tablets, not iPhone or Apple tablet, whatever, the stones. Remember, you're stoned. It was written on paper. It better be on your heart, and if you better read it enough so that it's, remember, those who shall seek, right? Seeking shall find. Ask. It's not talking about a job or a car. Oh, please bring them back. Bring her back. That's not what it means. It means the abyss, right? Oh, wait, not the abyss, bathos, busos, knowledge that's in that book, correct? Oh, yeah. Ask and you shall receive. Seeking shall find, right? Knock and I will come sup. So have some meat. Not watered down milk. Remember the land of milk and honey, brothers and sisters. The kingdom of heaven is within. That's right, Christ in you. It's not in a temple. They hate that. That was a absolute, that's why the Pharisees hated him so much. He was a threat to their church, right? Their synagogues of Satan is what he called them, remember? Satan, the adversary, adding halakha and Haggadah. Woo! Careful. Yep. That's right. He puts it on the heart of the bride. Remember? It was written on stone, tablets on the temple, 10 commandments. Now it's on our hearts. There's no ritual anymore, no sacrifice, no celebration. If you celebrate, you're a Satanist. Worst thing you'd ever do is celebrate oneself, especially birth. Remember the birth of Satan? There's only 2 birth dates, all of Scripture. You ever met a Satanist? It's somebody who celebrates birth dates. And they're definitely not a disciple of Christ, and they don't stand up and go out and share that we're not supposed to celebrate, because he fulfilled all that. And so beautiful. And that's the most beautiful thing. He fulfilled all the rituals, celebrations, customs, prophecies. Remember, they ate lamb, not crackers and grape juice, not Cadbury bunnies. Remember, not fluffy bunnies. Remember, I don't hear a sugar-coated peep out of you. They ate Satan. Remember, they're Massey God. They're king of the Yule, the Saturnalia, the festival of the Yule. Remember, the Saturnalia. They're Saturn. Remember, he said there would be signs in the stars and the sun and the moon. Yes, remember what they thought the sun was in. They prayed to Saturn. They were silly rabbits. They didn't know the equinox. They were idiots. Yes, this is why they target me, because they don't want me to tell you this. They're like the church, brothers and sisters. The temple is your body. He is what you are supposed to put to let it shine and speak. He is that light, that he is that word that is undefiled, not by mammon. You must be born from above, not again, daily. Die to self, death to flesh, spiritual death, circumcision, when he says to circumcise the flesh. And Paul's writing, I am a threat to the church, I'm a threat to the government, and I'm a threat to my community, right? No, I'm a threat to the law enforcement officers. I don't have a threat against the community. My charges are interfering with a peace officer, as Christ did, a pig or whatever, people in government, clown cop, whatever. So hindering a cop, harassing a cop and menacing a cop. See, I'm not a menace to society. I'm a menace to the fucking police. Oh, apologize for my cursing. Remember, I'm plucking that U-bow like Trump, how he has his reaching through the cop of the box. Remember the box, reaching through and grabbing the tip of the spear. His family crest, fluoridation. I don't know where he's scrubbing or what you're talking about there, but they try to scrub me from the net. That's okay. It's subdued. You know what I'm saying? I walk in the shadow of the valley of death. I will fear no evil. He said, fear no man who can take your flesh. Only fear who can take your flesh and your soul. So remember, sister, we're all eternal. It just matters where you go after you walk this rock. Come back with flesh to be with Father. Father doesn't have flesh. Remember, Hokadash, spirit, ghost. Can't see that. Like faith, can't see that. Water, you can see that. How about air? He said he's going to pour out the living water. Remember? The age of deception, it's over. Welcome to the age of air with a crown. Remember, he said, let no one take your crown in Revelation 3:11. I hope you see what I'm saying. Remember, you can't turn a goat into a sheep. He only lifts the veil. This is it. The apocalypse is the lifting of the covers. They covered his face. Remember, they veiled his face. Mary had found it neatly folded, which was, yes, as the Jewish tradition, not wadded up and thrown on the table because he was completed, finished, done, 7, but neatly accordion folded. So resurrected, rise, he will return, redeem. Remember, that's how she found that toxon veil covered. They veiled his face. Oh yeah, after they face masked him. Yeah, masqueraded him. No, they faced, yeah, they did. They put him, hung him on a tree. Remember, not on a cross. Nobody was hung from crosses. They hung him on a stock, like they stake people to a stock exchange under this corporation. Remember, that you're supposed to be standing up to this beast. Remember, he turned over the money changer tables, whipped the people selling the doves. Remember the altar? Remember 2 turtle doves at the altar, the water dipping, their halakha ritual. Remember the circumcision of the flesh to be entered into the nation 3 times a year. O Israel, to be grafted into the vine. Remember, is we under this covenant, if we are from the root, then we are the vine, right? All, right? But you'll know them by their fruit. Remember the fig tree parable? Remember how many years did it not produce fruit? Remember the new age? Welcome to Revelation. Welcome to the 12-year, 1,000-year extinction cycle. Welcome. No, wait. Yes, the great 12,006. Oh, extinction cycle. Welcome to the apocalypse. Yes, extinction. You might want to go back. Remember 12, 21, 22. Year 0. 9, 2019. Year 0, 1, 2001, 2, 3, 4. How many years did the parable that he said cut it off? You've been given many signs in here, haven't you? The sign of Jonah. Remember? Nineveh. Risen or resurrected from the tomb. Remember, she found that veil neatly folded and declared women had a voice now in the church. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Thank you, Father, for equally covenanting man and woman, Jew and Gentile. Yes, good and evil, Esau and Jacob. No, I don't go on mandates or go on dates with men. I don't follow mandates. Nope. I'm a corporation. Goodbye. Hey, these people follow this, Isn't that a beautiful blessing? They're going to follow the corporation. You'll be judged. This shall be judged. They'll go by remember, corp, statute, revised statute, mandate, codes, ordinances, little guys in white trucks. Oh, bad boys, what you going to do when your lawn grows too long? You don't pay your ticket, they're going to swat you. All right. Had too much fun here. Thanks for letting me get my mind off it. See, that's why I need to do this, brothers and sisters. Just need, hopefully, Father will unchain me here in a couple of days. We'll go on the road. We'll take it to the equal door. We'll set up the second ministry because people will love these truths. And people who do, they just want more. Remember, you're not going to turn a goat into a sheep. Just be fishers of men. The net not knows what it catches. It only does the job of the net. So, no, they're not doing their job. There's no good cops in America. They're absolute tyrants. Everyone should be taken and thrown in prison because they're operating under crimes of commerce. No, not one good cop in America. Nope. Why are we not have gold and silver? Why is this not a constitutional republic? Fuck the police. Fucking tyrant road raiders. They are. They're tyrants. They should be locking up every one of these politicians. All of them. We're not even operating in a judicial capacity. These are all crimes of commerce. Better not call any cops good in here, you pig licker. Remember, he said, don't sup with vipers, don't cast your pearls before swine. Oh, pigs. You thought I was just talking about the clown cops? I used to be one.
remember a woman's rights? You can't put your fucking hands down a woman's pants. Her rights and her Fourth Amendment, or her officer safety, my fucking ass. Her Fourth Amendment right was always more important. So when did that fucking change? Yeah, go ahead and let women stick their hand down men's pants too, huh? I got some sweats there. Let's see what this guy. Oh, don't think the woman don't want the D and he don't want the P. Shut up, fucking idiot. You know what I'm saying? You might not like the way I speak, but guess what? I have a constitutional right to speak up. You don't search a fucking woman. You bring in a pat down frisk. You bring in a backup officer. Her fucking safety. I don't care what the hell she has on her. You have her in your, she has a smaller frame than there. You can violate every hole she has. That's why a woman should always have a Second Amendment right. Get the fuck off me. Bam! But you're going to let them get these women, take it away, and send our women to war now. I served with the first female sniper in the military, so don't tell me. You don't put women in war. You know, well, whatever. You throw them in the meat grinder. Look what just happened in Ukraine. They're all gone, a whole Ukrainian generation with the W-2 tax dollar. The American tax dollar is, taxation, no taxation without representation. Remember, they threw T in the harbor over 2%, a gross and a net of state and a federal. It makes me sick. Oh, don't think you ain't getting done getting taxed on your car, driving home on that car tax and road tax and fuel tax and taxed on your phone and then taxed on the trash and taxed. Yeah, fuck America. Goddamn disgusting nation. Going over making everybody else pay too. So you can stand on an X. There's my two witnesses. John was crucified on an X. Their favorite way to crucify was somebody on a tree, so stretch them back so they can't breathe. I live in a world so stupid they don't even realize that these Satanist fucking pigs literally crucified, right? Christ, the Pharisees, the church on a tree, stretched them back like 5G whiz, because that's what it is. That's an oxygen depletion wave. Takes the oxygen out of the air, you dumb fucks. It's patented by the United States Navy. Go look it up. It has nothing to do with internet. Grow the fuck up. I know military. I'm one of these pigs. I've served this MP in the Army. Special weapons and tactics trained. Yeah, Metro. That's the number one SWAT team in the nation. They got more confirmed. Oh, non-kills. Oh, wait. You don't know anything about SWAT. Anyways, special reaction team. I don't want to hear it. I've done this. I've served. Throw people in a rape cage with no victim. What the fuck is that? Oh, the state's the victim? Brothers, sisters, you have the right to face your accuser, okay? You can't bring the state. What do you bring the whole goddamn state against me? Yeah, a revised statute. Look at your state. Texas, TRS. These were added after the Constitution, brothers, sisters, was adjudicated, the House, Congress, and Senate. Those are called Title 18 statutes. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't keep up, Prince. It all has the same thing to do there. The artist, why don't you take and write something down? You know, a fucking artist gets a ledger. Are you slower than fucking Christmas? Why don't you keep on topic? It all has the same thing to do with everything. Christ stood against the law. Are you standing up? Anybody want to throw you in a jail, hang you from a sail in a tree, on a tree, stretch you back so you can't breathe? Why don't you keep on subject? Why don't you shut the fuck up? You don't enter a classroom and tell somebody you teach the teacher. Why don't you leave your shit at the door like two girls in a cup? Come here as an empty sponge. He said, call no man teacher, but what the hell? Why you interrupt? Just write some notes down. USA is not stolen land. Father came over here because they were Satanists, heathen, swine, pagans. Grow the fuck up. They came from the south, remember? The Mayans, the tribe of Gad, you ignorant fuck. The ice bridge from the north. The Chinese were here in the 14th century. They were pagans, just like these Christians, Catholics, gods with beast heads. That's Jesus. Beast, man, and woman. Transgender God, pole gods. They were Satanists. Get with your fuck. Here, have some blankets. Go to sleep. I'm the only person telling you the truth about that. There you go. You don't like that, do you? You ever been told that about native? They're not native. They were Chinese. We're here in the fort. And I'm not saying that many of them weren't here for a long time, but they all wandered. This is a nation of immigrants now. They're trying to throw out all the immigrants. So they were pagans going after pole gods, just like Christians and Catholics and Mormons. And there were pole. That's why Father genocided them for a nation that was going against this. Remember? Puritans, you learned it as pilgrims in school. You got stung by the spelling bee, didn't you? Seriously, why do you think they came over here fleeing Christmas, Catholicism, Baphomet worship, the transgender God, Jesus Christ, birthed in the middle of the winter, Satan, the one that Donald Trump has his house decorated? Keep your fucking comments to yourself if it's not on subject. There we go. Look, brothers, sisters. Thank you, Father, making vessels of wrath, fitted for destruction. You can't keep up. You want to do it by the book or do it by the number. 4 plus 5 is 9. 4 plus 7 is 11. President 9/11. Can you be any more? Oh, hold on. Let's go back in time. 4 plus 5 is 9. You knew I was a snake before you let me in, and then he let the bite in. Come on. You just quit being an idiot. We got moderators in here. I'll throw you right out of here. Go ahead, put any swine talk, swine juice, spit some of that double venom, 2 hollow needle tubes. Welcome to YouTube. Wouldn't be here if it wasn't for YouTube Live. You like to jack off to people's pain? Well, go watch the SWAT raid. Watch all, my daughter and my son get grenaded, and me too. There you can sit there, my animals. Oh my God, animals. You like animal abuse? Go watch the SWAT raid. I have a son and daughter that's possibly dead, missing. They want to report them. Oh, I think I'm doing just fucking fine. Don't worry about me. Why don't you worry about you? You're supposed to be standing up to the law. Judge that should be judged. You stand up to a corporation. If not, you're going to be judged as a corporation. Take some fucking notes. It's Constitutional Republic, my ass. It's corporation. Remember? Adjudicated through the House, Congress, and Senate. If it's not, it's called repugnant. That means you're supposed to not follow it, you fucking bootlickers, pig lickers, people in government. 40% of this populace works for this corporation. So what's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? You pay a W-2 tax dollar, you're a murderer. You know that? It's going to go down. You paid for it. Your guilt by fucking W tax dollar paid for the murders of Ukrainian citizens. Iran and Israel. Bullets and band-aids, bandages and bombs. Get out of here. Go somewhere else. This is straight up, World War III. They're going to lock this whole country down. I've been trying to report my son and daughter missing, and I can't. Get thrown in jail, SWAT raided, because I have no criminal fucking record. Get out of here. Idiots. I might be facing pending charges because I stand up for your constitutional right. So, goodbye. I don't care what happens to me. Remember, my day of death's already written. If I stand up to this perverted law, then Father will cover me for the sins of the world, not the stupid, dumb fucking shit I did. Oh, try to take the ship, be the commander, wreck the ship every time. Father's the wind in my sail. So, Father has my son, suffering like I or not. It's just so hard to wake up every day and serve this country and see what it does to, because I know this SWAT team's still out there. It's been 15 months. They've done this to other people. Most people don't get a chance to live stream the SWAT raids, brothers and sisters, film this stuff. But because I'm a prior law enforcer, it's called discovery. People don't like me. I don't care what people think of me. I'm not here to, the word nice means to be stupid. People don't define anything. How about actually defining some constitutional law? This is a corporation. So what? I don't care what the fuck happens to me. Christ stood up to the law. And if you don't stand up this corporation, America, get out of here. You're swine. You're venom. You're not doing what Christ did. You're not Christ-like. I don't care about you doing your stupid fucking churchy bullshit. He stood up to what was called the halakha. They perverted the law, and they've perverted this constitutional republic into a corporation. If you can't figure that out, then just keep taking oath to a fucking flag. Get pissed off about people being fucking red or blue, and be a dumb fuck. Keep playing their game. How about go and get your own goddamn community? Become your own fucking power company. Grow your own goddamn food. Become empowered. Become your own system. Cut these motherfuckers off, and they'll stop doing it. It's called evolution, not revolution. They want you to fight, fight, fight. Yeah, put 6-shooter. You're going round and round like a hamster on a wheel. Can you keep up? No, you're going nowhere fast. Come on. Red team, blue team. You getting tired of the donkey or the elephant? Stock up on the lamb. Remember David declared him the Lamb of God. That makes Father the ram. Aries, fire, thief, fine, sacrifice, war, ritual. The wages of sin is death. One sin. Nothing's changed. Add a jot, I'll block your name out of that book. That's what he said. Woo! I think you're rubbing it in the parking lot. 2 counts of rubbing it. Get out of here. Go play outside. Remember? Children are not meant to be seen nor heard. Go play outside. Till the lights come on. You're in the dark. Oh, wait. Stay. Go play. Come in when it comes dark. I don't know. You get out of here. This is an adult-only stream, so go play your little McNuggets, your little Happy Meal. The little reindeer games, I don't know whatever you want to go eat your Dorito taco, Mr. Bend Over, right? Harley Halo. Remember Spaceball Camp here on the Tube, Hollow Needle channel? Mr. Ball Camp, are you spinning on a planet? Put planet in the chat if you think you live on a planet. And so if you do live on a planet, will you tell me where it says in scripture that you live on a planet? You got 51 in you here. Tell me where you live on a planet. We're going to go change the subject here. We're going to show you guys are a bunch of idiots. That means you just don't know. Don't take that as an insult. All of you, I think, in here, most of you, unless you're a regular follower, you got the wrench, you're probably an idiot. So we'll start with do some one-word study in here. Slow down, turbos. You're about to learn. If not, we're going to throw you out of here, swine. You're a translator. You go after transgender Jesus, the three-ball Jesus, like they're a three-ball comet with its phallic pointing towards the sun. They get a transgender comet up there in the sky right now. You hear that? Woo! Comet I, son. You live on Earth. I know you do. There we go. We're going talking about shapes already. Stu, take your square peg and stick it out in somebody else's round hole. You're an idiot. All right, we go talking about shapes. You're an idiots. You guys are idiots. Alrighty, look at them go, guys. See? They can't even help themselves. So I'm asking you, do you live on a planet? First, slow down, children. Moderate anybody who can't keep on subject, brothers, sisters, moderators. I don't want swine in here, remember? We're not having that. Nope. Said don't sup with vipers, don't cast your pearls. Sup, remember? Knock, and I will come sup with you. So show them in the narrow way. So you got to rebuke this channel. If you're so flippin' smart, I'm going to show you how stupid you are, because we're going to go back in time, and then we'll go back to the future, because I'm an eternal being. I'll never end. So whatever you think, you have to answer the questions or you'll be moderated. Okay, so tell us where it says planet, or if you live on a planet, put planet, or put your stupid little ball. If you put the little image of a planet, if you take on a little planet, and tell us where it says so we can get rid of you. Remember? Swine, pigs, people in government, any government officials in here, moderate them too. All this alphabet soup agencies, pig lickers, government, corporate soup, heavily armed to the teeth. They'll kill you. Remember the Department of War now. It's war. Does the say God can be man? God should not change. Okay, there we go. Get out of here, child. You didn't answer the question. Goodbye. Okay, so anybody else want to step up to the mic here, show how childish you are when it comes to the scripture? I'm just rebuking you with the scripture. That's all, not me. The scripture does it by itself. Some of these boomerang things, they come back and hit you 5 minutes from now. Or okay, bye, Andy. Can't answer the question. Goodbye, Andy. We'll moderate anybody who's not answering the question. Okay. If you can't, you're going out of here. See you. We don't need your subscription. You want to subscribe to this channel because you like it. It's not like any other YouTube channel. It's not religious, nor is it, you don't know what spirit. That's the word Holkadesh. You might want to learn something by studying one word at a time. I'm going to show you how deceived you already have been and how deceived you are about to become. Sorrows is what it says. Not great again. So let's start with the word planet. Moderators, moderate anybody who's not on talking about, is there a planet? If you don't answer, that's okay, because we're going to move on. We got all kinds of one words for you to study here tonight. We can do this all night. Remember, I'm only here because of YouTube. So, okay. Do you know what the Earth is? Okay, because you don't know what the Earth is. So there's no planet. So goodbye. That didn't say planet. So goodbye. You don't know what the Earth is. So you're out of here. Answer my question. Heavens isn't above your head. I'm going to give you a little hint there. So let's talk about this word planet of the apes. They're numbskull, or what, does somebody thump you? Got a frontal lobotomy or something? Answer the question. You got to need to turn your hearing aid up. Where does it say the word planet? Stop putting other things in there. I want you to tell me where the scripture says the word plane. They fly over a plane at. And if you talk about shapes, you'll be moderated. Thanks for coming in. Subscribe to the channel. If not, don't worry about it. You'll get moderated out of here real quick. You start putting swine in here. Unclean truths, alathea. Unclean alathea. Cast the legion, many, many lies. Demon is the word liar, deceiver. Remember, the word devil is the word demonion, the deceiver. That's what a devil is. There's no such thing as devil. That doesn't exist in scripture. There's no such thing as a devil. You're an idiot. Oh, chupacabra, shut the... All right, anyways, so no, oh, hell, let's see. Okay, good. All right, so we're moving on. So you guys, so if you don't have that, you guys are actually, we might be able to be taught something. I appreciate, you're not saying, let's see, maybe my chat got, Oh, I think we're still there. Okay, you just got here. Fill it in. So Silver Stallion Showcase. Is there such thing as a planet? You ever see my Silver's Light Gold channel? Remember Silver? The bank killer? Remember? They took us off of bimetallic standards so they can, control the Bretton Woods Agreement. Just won these people the degradation of this nation. Now they clip the penny. I don't know. Remember 1-to-1 Silver's Light Gold? Never mind. Silver Stallion. Whoa! Let me see. The Bible does not mention the word planet, but it refers to the celestial bodies in various ways, such as stars and wandering stars. That's right. So there would be signs in the stars. You're not going to sit there and mess with the magi, remember? And in the sun and in the moon. He didn't create a planet. And earth does not below your feet. So there's no such thing as earth below your feet and heaven's not above your head. See, that's how easy they're getting ready to deceive everybody. So no planets. Father didn't create a planet. There's no such thing as planet. You live on Planet of the Apes. Never saw the movie, but I think you need to get out of here, Bigfoot. So does anybody in here think that there's a planet? So now you know. Put a 1 in the chat if you know there's no such thing as a planet. Father never created one planet. You don't live on a planet. That word doesn't exist. Okay, so bye. 2, you're out of here. So okay, good. There you go, Transperry. Stay in here. Go see. Hey, I got something for you, Transperry News, because Tennessee, you've been here before. You've been here before? Tennessee, Transperry News, you've been here before. Have you not? Good, guys. So we're going to, like I said, we'll just do this one word at a time to show you. Okay, you're getting the wrench because I've seen here before. Have you gone over and seen Brother Jim at Grace and Truth Ministries yet? We're adding people with the wrench, okay? Everybody's going to get a wrench now, and because I want people to just moderate the stupidity out of here. Hey, you ever seen a Negro? All this stupid, hey, you're a crackhead. All this drug pushing. I don't want to hear it. Just moderate there. Then we'll just stay on subject. We can learn one word at a time. And Brother says, I can call out to the hearts to seek after me. Not one of them would, remember? So he will bring the people to this flock because they'll be producing fruit. Do not judge them by their cover, like Tennessee tacos. Anyways, you'll know that's a fusion taco. You know them by their fruit. So there you go. Good. So there you go. So you see that obviously this isn't Grace and Truth. This is HD fat. You know what I'm saying? Jesus is the only way. Okay. Do you know what the word way means, Fritz? You know what the word way is? That's the word hados. Hados. You speak any Greek, Fritz? Oligos? Any Greek at all? None? Like priest? What kind of meat they eat on Sunday? None. There's no such thing as a disability, Jacob, like that in sense, okay? I've had CLEAT certification, council law enforcement education, and training on how to identify mental illness, disabilities, but that doesn't make anybody less of a person. And I think that's what sucks, because in modern day, this day and age, bam, motherfucker, didn't listen to me. But that's not what's going to go on the police report, because remember, he didn't follow your lawful order. And we used to actually be able to identify somebody that didn't have earbuds in, because people didn't generally walk with earbuds and didn't listen to the cops and follow their general orders. They just blast people back when. But remember, maybe your caretaker didn't give you the right medicine or something and you were off a little bit, but that now you don't listen, you get shot fucking dead because you have a disability. America, boys, that's your cop suckers in this country. Yep, that's freedom for you. You know how many people with the disability get shot? Oh, they reach for something, or that, whatever. You know how many people call for help who have somebody with a disability, try to get the cops come help them, they just shoot their kids? You know what I'm saying? How about that? So, but anyways, see how sickening it is? These cops don't care whether you have a disability. They don't even know how to identify whether you've been taking the wrong medication. Maybe you just took the wrong medication. Maybe you missed your medication. Maybe your disability is something that they need to, they're a little bit bipolar, and that doesn't mean they need shot fucking dead, which I don't want to get in all these. They want to put a label on everybody. Half this stuff is a bunch of bullshit. I got all that shit. OCD. I'm on Christ daily. You know, attention to detail. I got, you know, high functioning, all of them. You know, what is it? Oh, I'm schizophrenic. People call me all kinds of names. Man, I'm high functioning as hell, aren't I? Bipolar, manic, schizophrenic, ADHD. Shit, I even got ADT home security, motherfuckers. Woo! Look at that. All right. Apologize for my cursing. Seriously, you know, but man, it's just hard to keep going every day. But I'll do whatever Father makes me do. So, all right, moving on. We'll try to keep the cursing to a minimum. I'll try to keep the depression to a minimum. I've done carried caskets, have my best friends in. I believe once hearts are broken, there's no mending them. If you cover your true champion, it can be done. This is just a test of your faith. God is going to be with you every step of the way. I'm a sinner. I know I'm not living right. Because if I was to die, I'd be chasing that tonight divide at the gates, dashed it in hell. Somehow that's secondary to cash and living well. Condo, mansion, a family, and a Benz. When I die, I want to be with my papa again. All right, moving on. What'd you say? Hope if I die here on the battlefield, God will bless me and reincarnate me as a soldier so I can live and fight again. God fights all my battles, brothers and sisters. Don't take it literally. It's a spiritual battle, right? Wrestle not against flesh and blood, he said, Paul. Remember? Cut it off, circumcise the flesh, but against principalities, powers, the rulers of the darkness of this world, spiritual wickedness. This is a spiritual. Remember, he fulfilled all this testament of flesh. Not abolished, he fulfilled. Remember, spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore I say unto you, put on the whole armor of God, the Most High. That's what the only way you're going to make it. The word, brothers and sisters, you got to let him fight your battles. I am a walking testament. 20 plus men could come with guns to try to kill me, and they didn't get what Father already had my day of death. I'm still here. You don't like it, take it up with YouTube. Livestream. Not the personally themselves, because they have nothing to do with it, but I'm still here. So take it up with Father. Don't shoot the angelos. That's the word messenger. So I wouldn't be here. You don't like it? Too bad. Jimmy crack corn. No. Thank you, Father, for terrorizing me every single day here, so I can keep bugging the hell out of this ministry. I don't know how you guys keep coming back with all this cursing, but I hope you guys can, you know, told you got to have spiritual discernment. It's like a filter, calculator. Please minus that if you can. I know it defiles Father's word, but I'm trying, man. If I get out of America, you have my word. I'll stop. I will stop. I just think about America and I think about my son. It just kills me. So I don't love him more than, remember Matthew 10:34-39. He who loves the son more than me is not worthy of me. Remember, I don't come to bring a sword of division. I come to divide. The man's enemies be the one of his own household. You know what I'm saying? So he who loves the son, the father, the daughter is not worthy of my kingdom. Remember, he who is willing to give his life for my Shem, for my name's sake, that's a promise of eternal life with him. He who's not willing to give his life, it's a promise of the abyss, hell. Remember? So keep reading Matthew 10:34-39. It's the backbone of this ministry, brother, sister. I hope my son, it keeps saying it to himself if he's somewhere in a cave or being held in those gold mines and against his will and still alive. I hope he's clinging like faith because he knows he has to endure the end. He's fighting like me because he wants to die. Remember in those days where they wish death will come upon them and they will not find it. So one more day at a time here. Clicked off one more of these eternal flesh days, this temporary meat suit. I'll shake it off one someday, right? So I'm a Scorpizzo, so I just want to molt. That's how I am. It's just the way Father made me. So I'm always here. I'll always be here in your timeline. If you're here in this day and age, you don't know what I'm talking about if you're part of this ministry. So thank you, Father, for giving me the blessing to declare the line, declare the age, and you know, the celestial time that was spoken of 26 plus 100 years ago, and the celestial firmament declared the age even before. Remember the Revelation 12, the second coming of Christ, like he spoke of over 2,600 years ago at the island of Patmos, at the gold mines. I hope you're being like gold and silver. It's a long process to purify gold and silver. You put through a long fire. That's baptism, brothers and sisters. See, the word says long suffering. He says purify yourself as he purified himself. So I'm just trying to keep going one day at a time. So I apologize for all the
my potty mouth, but I'm asserting my right. The First Amendment's the only one left I have in America until I can leave. So remember, I'm American. So anywhere south of the Panama border for me, and you're not going to escape the judgments at this point. You're not going to run. It's all flesh. So Israel is in Iran. Israel is in Czechoslovakia. Israel's in New Mystery, Babylon, America. It's all flesh under this covenant. So I'm not trying to escape if I can get out of here. I'm just tired. Already served. I have my DD 214 that says honorable discharge. So I'm not quitting my post. I can do it from another location. Remember, there's people who serve in 1,000 military bases in 180 countries, and you're all right with that. So I can't leave and still serve this country? Fuck you. Leave me alone. Get out of here. Unsubscribe to my channel. I'm tired of people wasting my fucking time. We're at war. Nobody cares. The president's a PDF file and nobody gives a shit. You know, all of them are. I don't want to hear it. You know, nobody cares. This is beyond red or blue. You know, they're kidnapping people off the streets. And I know my son's been kidnapped. So you wonder why I'm taking this a little bit hard, you know, little fucking PTSD when they're kidnapping fucking people's kids. Everybody's somebody's fucking kid, you idiot. This is an adult-only chat. Get out of here. Week 7, be matured. The 7 shofars, ram's horn, you know, judgments. Come on. What are you doing until that day? You're supposed to die and take your last breath and then be resurrected to be saved. So you got to keep going, no matter how hard it gets. Tribulation is the word ellipsis. Paul said we must go through that. So I know what he's doing to me. So remember, that's why nobody can say that I went out there and tried to start no revolution. I just try to get you to evolve, an evolution, not like grow a third thumb or a kickstand so you can lean on it and be lazy. I said, get up off your ass. Don't do this one day, fun day, Sunday. You believe Jesus bullshit. One day, Jesus. You got to take up your cross every day, Jesus. Everyday gospel, everyday Christ, OCD. You too. Oh, what's wrong with this guy? He's crazy. Yeah, I'm OCD like a motherfucker. Not like yeah, that's what I do. I love to have, you know, with my mom. My mother's my instruction, you idiot. I don't have sex with my mom. You just don't know the words that come out. My dialect is alien to you. My mother is my instruction. I'm married to it. Whatever, I'm married to my mom. Remember? My brothers and sisters and my mother will all be there at the wedding feast of the lambs. The bride. You just don't know what I'm talking about. So your brothers and sister or your mother. That's your family, brothers and sisters, but you don't know what I'm talking about. Your family is your uncle and your nana and your nephew and your mom. That's not, there's no such thing as Mother's Day. When it says honor thy mother, that's who I'm talking about. It's not your mom. Honor thy father, that's not your dad. He said, call no man father, pope, papa, blasphemy. Remember, I told my son, I'm just your dad. I ain't your father. I ain't gonna be there for you, holding your hand when you're dead. You better get you right now. I think he was 9 years old when I was telling him that. When long after I got full custody, I'm gonna put it on him. I'm just your daddy, all right? And he's my mother, my brother, mother's son. I miss a lot. He's a good young man, and my mother. I have sex with my mother's son. Yeah, I do. We fornicate with the word, each other. That's what we do. Not with the world. We've done it. He's the only one I have. You might take that as, what the hell is this guy talking about? Because you don't know what the hell is. I've told you before, he is my brother, mother's son. He's a very wise young man in Christ, and he loves the word. His stories are amazing, how many times he's gone out and, you know, just shares it, you know. I don't want to talk about it. It's a little touchy, but I have shared it in here before. He loves the word. I hope he's clinging to it, brothers and sisters. He's alive. I hope he's clinging to it. I know the last time I talked to him, I told him, you know, that night, they're coming, son. Don't fight these people. They'll shoot you dead. And remember, we need to let them use us like the thief on the cross. At that very last moment, we don't know who and when and where and why. Father chooses. It could be, you know, you'll be with my father. We don't know. Let him use you, son. Please don't resist these people. All right, Dad, I understand what you're saying. And last time I talked to my son, Dad, I don't want to go to prison. Dad, I don't want to go to prison. You sure the fear in his voice. I mean, fear I never heard in his voice, you know. And I said, son, you remember the thief on the cross? He said, Dad, okay, I love you. I'm coming out. I have my hands in the air, and you know, and they remember. So that's the last thing I got to say to my son was scripture, and he said he loved me. So I have been cheated. I just miss him a lot because he's a good young man, and I want his advice like George Carlin. I want him back too. not as much as I want my son, but I want George Carlin back because I want to know what he'd say right now. I want to know what my son would be saying right now. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? I love him. He's a good young man. I don't love him more than Christ, but he has a really good outlook that I can't have. I miss that. He's that side of my life that I always should have listened to him more. He's very smart when it comes to, he has a great instinct. So maybe he's somewhere surviving, and just, I don't know why though. He would be able to both file, my daughter and son could file a lawsuit. Makes zero sense to me. No sense at all. Both of them immediately. They could be filing lawsuits and get themselves completely away from this situation long ago. It's been a year, brothers, sisters. 1 year ago, both my son and daughter went missing. So that's how I do this stream. And just thank you guys for being support here for me, because it is you here at YouTube that's kept me afloat. Father is obviously, I'm just the vessel and he's my anchor in faith, so, but you guys have really kept this, I don't know what I would do if I couldn't let this out and vent. I can't, I just have to hold it in. I think I'd have had a heart attack or something by now. Remember, I already suffered a stroke because of the grenade and the hemorrhaging for 6 months and the bleeding and the respiratory issues, all this stuff. I still have been not going to ever be the same. Remember, there's still so many things on this property, even 15 months later, that I have not been able to fix or replace completely. Just, it's a lot of work running a ministry and a farm and do hip camp and build cabins and do all the, just whatever, raise animals, be off the grid. I don't have the life you guys have. I have a hard life. I like it like that though, but you know what I'm saying? So I wish he'd let me off here. We'll see what happens. I got a court date coming up in less than a couple of weeks, and we'll see what Father has in for me. I don't know. I'm just imagine it's just going to get harder. I don't want to make any plans because he'll wreck them for me. So I appreciate you being here for me. Just don't think people understand my life, and maybe it'll never get told, but Father knows, and hopefully somebody will be a witness. Goes, hey, that guy's still there because of the YouTube live stream. He would have been dead. Look at this. Look at this video. They'd have killed him easily if you knew the backstory. They came to kill him. It's obvious. So, but I haven't heard from my attorney, and that just kills me because it just hurts you guys, I really thought getting that attorney was gonna find out something. Somebody was gonna start looking for him. You think when you shell out, remember I got $100,000 plus in this case with my silver, all this, it's incredible. Remember Elijah's bail, all this mine, all the money, it's just all the silver now, all 40 pounds, all that gold, all the gold again, all that, I've worked my ass off. Remember, I don't get a paycheck from the government. I don't get Social Security, disability. I don't get child support. I don't get none of that. And I qualify for all those, but whatever. I remember, I'm not talking about a check every month. I'm talking what I paid in the system too. You know what I'm saying? I don't want a check from anybody. I work what I have. So I feel that I'm blessed to have the abundance, but it doesn't mean anything. I can't share it with anybody too. So that's why it's so hard to be here. And when you have all this abundance and nobody wants to share your abundance. So it's so much, it's so crazy how much abundance I have with how quarter, like I said, I don't even do it half cocked. I do it just go along and then spend more time in the ministry than I actually do. I didn't dig that storm shelter, 28 feet down from where we're at right here now, down in the, ground. It's, what's a big feat for one man to do in years with buckets, no tractors, no backhoes. It took me years to dig. It took them 2.5 days to do with the backhoe. It killed me to just watch it, but hey, it was still worth it to pay him. I mean, it cost me a near fortune to have done, but I didn't have the money at the time. I didn't have the ability to do that. So that's what I'm saying. Look, it's crazy. That would cost you at least $250,000 to build that shelter. There's no way. It's an Atlas shelter. It's the same. I took the design from the largest shelter company. It's one of their older designs. I'm a veteran, so I know some of these old bunker, whatever. I have underground certification training and all that with SWAT. And so I have some other understanding of how a lot of these, I keep talking to you guys about these underground facilities nobody wants to talk about because out of sight, out of mind, I don't see them. But, some of the stuff that I've been able to do, and I haven't even had a second hand I just couldn't imagine what would be out here. Like I said, sometimes when I drive away to the property and I look back at the buildings and stuff, and there's some beautiful work that's, to me, meaning that it's been repurposed. I don't want to just say on my work, but I like how everything is old. It looks more like it's been here for a couple hundred years. It looks more like an old, more of a movie set, with the building fronts and stuff. So it's been a blessing, you know what I'm saying? So I didn't get cheated. It's just very hard every day to, get up and not know where Elijah's at, if he's suffering or not. My daughter, as soon as I can get that taken care of us, I feel like I can move somewhere in my life. Like I said, I'd almost rather just sat in jail for the last year and whatever, what has it been now? 16 months. I don't even care if they, and I could be out and then go start looking for my son, leave or something. I don't, and they're not going to convict me. I know that. There's no way in hell they can't. I already said, they already told my attorney they can't take you to trial or whatever, but I just have to be patient. It's all on Father's time. Remember, there's nothing I can do. He's going to do whatever he wants. You know what I'm saying? Yep. TEPCO. Fukushima, baby. Much love, Zabrina. Call it a shelter too, if you can, or don't ever call it a bunker. Okay. I'm just saying, if you ever give you help, if you ever dig one or something like that, take and say, tell your neighbors, oh, well, we got too many tomatoes. We're just digging a root cellar, to put our extra. They won't even think twice you digging over there. You know what I'm saying? If you say, I tried for years to have somebody come out, nobody would do it. I was using the wrong, yeah, I hope you guys come here someday. Seriously, Duck. I hope you guys can, even if I'm dead, you guys can come here. You know that, right? Listen, ministry, you guys know you can come here, right? You can be at this ministry after I'm gone. This is for you. This ministry was paid off for you, not for me. I never bought this for me. I built it for a community. That's what it is here. It's to serve this ministry. So anything happens, please keep this. You're going to have kids. They can grow up here. This is supposed to be used. I'm really going to try as soon as I possibly can to get all of this officially, in the name of the ministry. I want everything, both of them. I want to do both of them at one time, in a sense, because I'm going to have an attorney do all this at one time. And I want you guys to. All right, we're going to try to reconnect. Are we back? I see Carl. We're going to do some romper room. Are we on dial-up? At the tone, the time will be. I'm connected to my, why don't they make phone cords like the cords we used to have in the 80s? I'll just talk to myself about the 80s. Remember when you'd call, you're like, a collect call from Mama at the roller rink, I'll be home by dark. Remember that? When we collect call people? That was our pagers. You guys, I'll just talk to myself. Whatever, it's the 80s. We're just going to go back to 80s talk. Why don't they make phone cords as strong as they want? Remember, we could stretch that thing all the way across the house, yank on it, and that thing never had no problems. Why don't make the phone cords like the 80s cords? Damn, I hate these cords. We're so advanced. All right, let me think of something else. Remember? Oh, at the tone, the time will be. Okay, remember? I'm a stray cat, you a real cool guy. We're back in the 80s. Remember when tacos were $2? Oh, wait, hold on. $2. Remember? $2? I remember I asked my dad for $2. He's like, $2? What, a buck? What do you need 50 cents for? That was he asked your dad for. I remember I asked my dad for allowance. Boy, we got the whole rundown on the mortgage. We didn't never ask for anything ever again. Boy, oh boy, you want to pay rent? Oh, wow. Mortgage. So are we back? Anyone? Bueller? Remember the 80s? Remember? Don't you remember the 80s? Wiki, y'all. Run DMC. Walk this way, talk this way. Yeah, we'll run, see the rap, all that. I'm going to continue to rap something, remember? Oh, no. All right, maybe hey, I'm here. Do you hear anything? I'm in and out, like In-N-Out Burger. Now, there's some good stuff right there. How about Fat Jacks? I'm just lagging. Oh, hey, you hear me? Off and on. I'm off and on. Well, remember? I'm up and I'm down. Remember? Upside down.
Boy, you're turning me inside out and round, upside down. You're turning me. Oh, sorry. We're going to do the jukebox boogie. Oh, hey, we're back. All right. Hey, we put somebody hit the tilt button on the, somebody tilted the pinball. Remember the pinball wizard? Who's the pinball wizard? Tell me, we're doing 80s. We're just being stupid now. Get stupid. Dumb, 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 dumb. Remember, Run DMC? Walk this way. No. All right, come on. Take my mind off this stupid world. I just want to die. Let's go back to the 80s. I'll do all 80s talk. Remember, we do 70s too. Remember, you want to go Molly Hatchet? I'll smash you guys. You start doing rock and remember. I want to rock. Don't get it twisted in here. All right, D. Snyder, sister. Remember your brothers and sisters, brothers, your mother. What do you want to do with your life? I want to rock. Oh. Are we lagging too much to have the 80s? I thought figure we went back to 80s. We go on dial-up, right? Oh, before dial-up. Remember, at the tone, the time will be the 411. You're on the 411. Remember, you had to pay money to have your phone, your name taken out of the phone book. Remember the yellow pages? Let your fingers do the walking. Man, you guys are. Damn it! I lost my chat again. All right, we may have to start the stream all over because I'm just getting too much interference. Remember? No, I'm good. All right. Yeah, Satanist country, MAGA 80s. Those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon those who call out for peace. MAGA, the high priest of the Satan church, and safety. Remember Donald? Remember he was touching those people back in the 80s? Remember all the shit Donald did in the 80s? Speaking of the 80s, somebody's, remember? Mr. Grabber by the pussy, huh? All right, let's go back to the future. Remember? Got to get back in time. Oh, hold on. That was 90s. Wasn't it? I think so. You can do some 90s too. I like the 90s. We're kind of crazy. What a weird time the 90s were. Remember? I didn't have sex with that woman. I didn't know. You know, little Monica, the old cigar. Old Billy. So, yep, we're casting off we're just doing some 80s for a minute. Just chilling out the live stream. Letting the Al Gore rhythm. Rhythm is a dancer. It's a soul companion. You can feel it in the air. Right? Maybe I'm looping again. Looping. Is that a movie? Looper. What are you on? He's a little loopy. Texas, the Schmexis from Texas. That's what Oppenheimer Ranch Project calls Texas. Texas from the Schmexis. Devo, uh-oh. Whip it into shape. Ship it up. Get it straight. Go forward. Move ahead. It's not too late to whip it. Oh, yeah. We're going to get it. Careful. We're going to get a copyright strike if I get it. Oh, I'm not going to sound anything like it. I think he had a certain amount of. Oh, yeah. No, we know how to do a little jigaboo, woogie, jigaboogie. So you guys can still put anything you want in the chat that's fruitful too. You know, we don't have to do all 80s. I'm just trying to stop it. You know, stop talking about my son for a minute and I'll be all right. Stop talking about America. I'll be all right. Don't talk about my son. Don't talk about America and I'm fine. So, got to get back in time. All right. That was such a shit stick, guys. That's all right. My brothers were so good. My son was such a good kid, man. Oh, he was such a good kid. He never got no trouble. He didn't. He never had no trouble. He's always, he put himself to bed. He stayed up as late as he wanted, but, you know, he didn't. He was always alert in school like me. My dad was the same way. We didn't have bedtime, but we had to have our chores and our homework done before we could leave the house. And then we went out to play, you know what I'm saying? Before we went to the roller rink. Went to go to the disco boogie. Disco boogie. Remember? She's a freak. Ow, she's mighty mighty. She's letting it all hang out. Remember the copper top girl? Or tone, excuse me. Anybody from the Los Angeles? Remember the copper top girl? I forget what, I think it was on the 5. Little, that was the 80s when they couldn't have that now. And the little poodle come up and pull her pants down on the sign. You couldn't have that right now. They'd freak the fuck out. People go, oh my God. Oh, wokeism. Anybody ever wear a sign? You ever seen the copper top sign? Little copper top girl, little poodle comes up and pulls her pants down. Her little butt shows in the back, little white butt. You ever seen that? You're that old? 80s, that kind of 80s old? The sunscreen, yeah, the copper top girl. The sunscreen. Copper tone. You guys, there used to be a sign. Seriously, this was in the 80s where on the side of the road, it was a mechanical sign. You know, it was a mechanical, it was Los Angeles. And I think it was on the, oh man, I think it was on the 5. I'm pretty sure it was on the 5. But there was a sign and you drive down there and the little girl's up there. I think it was animated and I think it was even neon. And that little dog would come up and pull her pants down. And that's, you know, the innocence. And today people would freak the fuck out. It's so crazy how backwards we have become, you know. And I'm not talking about seeing kids' butts because I don't want that. Remember, children are not supposed to ever see sex. Ever. You know, ever. Not till they're 18. I don't care what your fucking excuse is. Dragging them to these pride parades and shit, sewing Jack's button on Jill and Jill's pocket on Jack. This is on Jack. This is come just out of control. You know, I was trying to remember a time, guys, get myself out of this time now. I don't want to be here. I want to think of a time where, you know, you drive down the road. It was, you know, come on. That's a crazy time how fast we've become into this. And robots are coming, bro, sister. I don't mean to get all back into this, but they had this all planned back then. They had robots back then. You know, I try to tell you guys, there's all this stuff is walking amongst you right now, and not from the sky. Nothing came from the sky. This is all tech. You know, the Antichrist will be tech, but that's their fake Antichrist. The Antichrist is spirit. It's already here. I already told you that 923. Remember? 1223, 623, 320, all this, that equinox ritual, this Fosti, the, you know, the Yule wheel, the Big Dipper going around the north, that is what's being released, you know. So, but hush puppy shoes, yep. Jetsons, yep, there we go. 3D printed food, here we are, guys. We're in the Jetsons now. They didn't release flying cars until 2023. The FFA finally released flying cars. How many flying cars have you seen since then flying around? I tried to tell her, but you ain't gonna see no flying cars. Bullshit. I was going to go into air traffic control. Remember, I'm a reconstructionist. I'm an investigator. That's what I wanted to do, either reconstruct for an insurance company or reconstruct for an airport, do air traffic control. I had one or two, and I wanted to do aviation. I wanted to fly and do that, but I'm glad because I would have figured out, remember, this anti-gravitics, and I would have figured out how to fly 3 steel buildings into 2 airplanes. Remember? Not the reverse. Yes, that would have been me. I would have figured out how to do it. Anti-gravitics, perpetual motion. See, it's a good thing Father didn't let me fly. Remember, I hit the top of the firmament, keep bouncing off. Ding, ding. Damn, I want to get out of here. Ding. Hit the top of the firmament. Anyways, hashtag beyond the ice well. Welcome to outer space. Get out of my space. All right. Space balls. You know, talk about some more movies or something. It's hard, brother. So you got to get me in the. I'm trying to stay in the zone here. At the tone, the time will be. Time, huh? Alarm clocks, huh? Remember the game Frogger? You guys, I seen something the other day was so awesome. I got to do this one time, and I got to go to a city just once. I got to go to a city one more time. It was the coolest thing I think I've ever seen in a long time. This guy got up on a bridge. I used to do you remember overpasses for Obama, bro? So I told you I used to do lots of things, man. I need to keep my mouth shut. And I don't care because you can find me everywhere. The government knows where the fuck I've been. I'm not running from the government. Do you guys remember overpasses for Obama? Used to do those things, organize those things, and do those too. You guys remember that? Used to fucking protest the fuck out of Obama. You guys don't even understand. I used to protest the fuck out of the Clintons. Done all kinds of stuff. They hate me. The government fucking hates me, brothers, sisters. And guess what? I'm okay with that. Government's mind control. So I don't care what the government thinks. They're just corporation. So you guys remember overpasses for Obama? Anybody do that? Were you on that list? Did you get a little red check mark back then, way back then? How many red check marks do you have? I used to call them red check marks. Anyone? Bueller? Nobody? Did I lose my fucking stream again? You darn it. Government, mind control. Got to hit him with mind control. Too many fallacies. What's the reality? People be sleeping. People got sheep paralysis. Frogger, anybody like cunt? Anybody pong? Are you that old? Are you ponging? Oh yeah, we're here. Okay, so that was old vomit for overpasses, okay? Oh, you're in Ecuador. Damn, Duck. I wish I could switch places with you. So you guys ever remember Obama, overpasses for Obama? Why do you got to tell everything, Tracy, with a big-ass story attached to and all these big circles around to get to the same ending point? Some people are like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? He's all over the place. I'll keep my middle thing here. So, Pong, Frogger, Zelda, Mario. Okay, so you remember Frogger. See? Okay, remember, listen. We're going to link this all up. I'm the crazy guy. I'm the Noah. I'm the one that's preparing. Christ said 2,600 years ago, prepare your house, right? Your body's a temple. So here we go. Remember Obama passes for, overpasses for Obama. You know what those were? Do you ever remember that? That protesters and organize Obama and go over an overpass so we're not in the fucking road, blocking fucking traffic like a fucking idiot. And still being able to peacefully assemble, on the sides, the easements. Do you guys ever remember that? Overpasses for Obama or Obama. Barry, the known homosexual. Oh, man. Brother, thank you for giving me such laggy internet. I have to keep my mindset, my Rolodex. All right, put a little, little paper there. A paper clip on that. I'm keeping paper clips. Got my jukebox going in the background, playing some songs. Don't rock the jukebox. We're talking about Obama. I'm Canadian. Can help. Anyone? Are we out? All right, guys. I might end the stream if it's this laggy. I can't even talk to you guys. It's having my mind is fine, but my body is telling me. Linda, are you hearing? I know some of you guys hear me. Maybe that's what it is. Government's going to do what we're on. We're not in end times. Benjamin's an antichrist. It doesn't say end times. Stop being a peer pusher. Thank you, Roxanne. And I know you probably hate that. I apologize. I shouldn't have done that right out the gate. Damn, that's not a good first impression. Well, it is what it is. I just remember the 48-hour jab. They're going to Mr. Warp Speed with his stinky muskrat. They're going to cure you. You know what I'm saying? In 48 hours. Remember, it was the Warp Speed. Less time than it takes for a woman to come to child. And it's, all right, thanks. Apologize. That was not even a good one. So, but hey, appreciate it coming in. We're talking about Obama, passes for Obama. So I wanted to clue you in on a meme because my brain is like a Rolodex. I take clips and paper and put them on a marker, and then it's like a quantum D-Wave 5, but dimensional. I'm just playing with it, toying like a game, dangling a golden carrot in front of you, trying to get you to chase it. My internet keeps jumping in and out like Alice in Wonderland. Get you going down the rabbit hole. So remember the pit? Never mind. That's the word no knowledge, the abyss, hell. How the hell are you? So thanks for coming in. Welcome to HD Fat. HD is not for the quality, and obviously the internet quality is crap, but the content, and if you can hear me, that's all that matters. So hello, tune in Tokyo. How we doing? How you doing? Tell us about Hope and Change. All right, so we're talking about Obama passes for Obama. You guys remember the overpasses for Obama, where we organized, over the highway over the overpasses, and we put out signs. We weren't blocking fucking intersections, being idiots. And some of it was organized back then. Some of us been doing this for a long fucking time. We just didn't figure it out when the COVID. We told you the COVID was coming, you idiots. You didn't get out of the way. And now another one's coming. It's called the fake alien invasion, because alien's a word. Robots can't learn. Computers don't learn. It's called metadata. Shut the fuck up in here, please. We assert constitutional rights in here. We throw out demons, liars, deceivers, fortunes, devils. We define. So do you remember? Do you remember the time? And we throw a little music in every once in a while. So little Michael, remember Space Jam, Jordan? We slam dunk that shit. That stuff stinks. Got more hang time than Michael Jordan. Remember? Put him in a box. Oh, that was Ghostbusters. Who are you going to call? Well, what are little slime creatures from outer space? Marvin the Martian. Oh, yeah. Put him in a box. All right. Never mind. All right. But anyway, so does anybody remember? I'm still going to get to what I'm trying to tell you. It's just one stupid fucking meme that I'm trying to tell you guys about. Seriously. That's it. Just one meme. Just one meme. So does anybody remember the game Frogger? Does anybody remember Obama? Nobody said, yes, I remember Obama. Passes, Obamas. You know, overpasses for Obama. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. That's all I'm looking for. You guys are slower than Christmas, man. That's okay. My mind can keep up. Nor him. Remember, I still got, do you remember the time? And my jukebox going back here. Don't rock. I got a couple of them going. It's a duality. My brain's, remember, it's quantum 2 times 2. And if you add another one, that's just a variable like a rhythm, cycle, wave. It's going to output something, right? You put in shit, it's going to output it like a computer, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. Put in, So does anybody remember overpasses for Obama? Okay, so there's a meme out there, because I'd like to go, if you see the meme, this guy is, right? Okay, thank you. All right, we're tracking. We're okay. It is what it is. You have to deal with me. Remember, I'm supposed to be dead. YouTube saved my life. So you just go watch the live stream in the playlist. You'll see what I'm talking about. The people at the ranch will fill you in if you want to know what I'm talking about. I don't want to talk about it right now, but I saw this meme, and you know how much I hate cities. Boy, that took how many minutes to get to that? That's okay. I love you, brother, sister. I got all the rest of my life to give to this ministry. I'm retired, and I have nothing else to do but die. So I'm here at your leisure. I mean, I'm trying to do the best I can with what I got. So Frogger, overpasses for Obama. Okay, we remember the two. Remember the Frogger game where you move around? I saw this badass meme where this guy went to a place in the city, and his shadow was cast over on to the ground where the traffic was coming. Now it was just the shadow, and he kept moving around in the fucking traffic, dodging the traffic, but just his shadow. And it was awesome. And I loved it. Thanks for sharing that for me. Took a long time to get there. Go check the meme out. I don't know how you find it, but it's awesome. He finally got run over, but it was, just go watch it. There isn't too many things that I even care about. So did anybody get that? All that? I hope everybody wrapped that up. Have you seen, anybody seen the meme? The guy gets on the overpass. It's casting his shadow because the sun's the right way, and he's moving around in traffic like Frogger. Then he finally, it's the red car that he gets hit by. Has anybody seen that meme? There, you got it, Ducks. You got it. It was awesome, dude. Thank you. Yeah, here you go. That's what I'm saying. Duck, Duck, I love you, man. I don't know where you're from. You know what I'm saying? But I do appreciate when people, you know what I'm saying? Go look it up. Go look it up, please, dude. It's so awesome. Go look it up, guys. It's so good. I don't like stupid shit too much, man. But it's like Frogger's 80s. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Took a minute to get that, but go look. You guys, it's great. I mean, everything is go back, go look, and come right back. I'm not going anywhere. It's good. It's not even that good, but I have a sick sense of humor. I told you, I'm a weird dude. I'm one off. You can't clone me. They can't doppelgang me. Get out of here. You two witnesses. I'll tell you what, here's my two witnesses. So Frogger, yeah, remember, and it was a, joystick game. You could play it at Davy. Remember the little Frogger that you could get at home? I remember that little green one that I had at home. The little Frogger that, put the 2C batteries in, and you played Frogger instead of at the arcade, because Frogger was an arcade game, kind of like Pitfall. And oh wait, no, that was an Atari game, but Ivan Stewart's Off-Road. That was a badass game. You get 4 of your buddies there. Remember that? Ivan Stewart's Off-Road. So that's what we're talking about, Sarah. What we were talking about is there's a meme out there where a guy, and I want to do that. See, guys, I got to go to the city. So I don't, you remember me, I hate cities. Broad is the way that leads to the wide gate. That's the cities. Remember, I'm in the country. I'm a country boy. Remember, I grew up in the concrete jungle. Fuck the Broadway. You could have your Martin Luther, your Broadway, and your Main Street, and all those, big city lights. You got me running. I like where it's dark and quiet. And good, Linda? I love it. So I want to do that, Linda. I don't want to go to the city, but I want to go do that, man. I want to do that at least one time before I know I got a bucket list. I can do something in life, brothers, sisters. You know what I'm saying? Is that I got to do that once before I die, guys. I got to do that once. I don't, me, I don't have anything to do but serve this ministry. I got to finish what I'm doing out here. But I have to, I'll walk away from all this and never come back here again. And this ministry is still here for you. I hope you guys need to get the grid coordinates of this place. Please don't let this place just go to waste. When I'm gone, if something ever did happen to me too, this property is supposed to serve us. This is why I purchased it. I didn't buy it for me. So I love to cut it up. See that? Wouldn't that be so beautiful to have our families here together as kind of a whole? And I know we're all in different places, and we'll get that later. After that's the wedding feast of the lambs. We'll get that, brother, sister. We're going to get that. Don't you ever forget. That's what we're going to get. And it's like we're doing it right now because we don't get to be with each other in flesh, but that's exactly what happens after we die. Correct? But it was always a beautiful thought for me to come out here with 3 or 4 or 5 or 6, 8 people in Christ sharing the gospel and sitting on the largest dark sky sanctuary cooking. I cook tacos one night, Sarah cooks, the next night, whatever, ducks in there cooking duck the next night. Linda's over there cooking, ocean oil and all that. Hey, that was a school I went to. Sorry, Lady in Red. She's tacos. Lady in Red's making me more tacos. But anyway, but I'm saying gathered around, under an outdoor kitchen I wanted to build out here. Let me just kind of throw the idea, come on, guys. You can do this. Find this somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Get a community, guys. Get your time back. They're stealing your time by punching the clock. You know what I'm saying? They're beating you up, taxing your dollars, and grow your own food. All this stuff I've been saying. That's you know what I'm saying? That's the way. The narrow is the way in the country. Find a piece of land. Come on, guys. There's still time. They're not completely locked down. It's coming, man. In America, it's coming. They already got 19 states with military on them. The Chicago, they moved them in there. They're coming to Portland where I'm at. It's over, guys. So I don't know. I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? No, I don't eat pork. I'll cook it, but I don't eat pork. I ran my brother's restaurant, Pig Liquors, and he does champion, competition barbecue and all that. So you got to cook pork to barbecue. I mean, you brisket and chicken, but I don't eat pork. Nope. Never will like to eat a piece of pork ever again in my life. That's disgusting. I would never touch it, but just because I know what it is. And now I truly, and you can eat all of it you want. Eat pork every day, and if you're chosen, you can eat pork under this testament, okay? Love it, eat it, don't worry about it. Eat por carne asada, do el pastor, adobada, all of it. I know all those recipes. I make a cracking off adobada, so pastor, love that. Cutting it right off the dam like a Greek gyro, so 2 kinds of people on this rock, right? People who eat 3 meals a day to stay alive, and there's people who are here just to eat. Now we happen to be one of those foodies, so it's not what goes in a person that defiles a man. Remember, it's what comes out of him. So under this covenant, you can eat whatever you want, shellfish, all of it. I wouldn't recommend eating any of it. I don't touch shellfish. I don't want anything that eats poop or eats anything else. This is how I work. I just go by that Old Testament, brothers and sisters, not by that, by the what it's telling us. And I still eat crap. Does everybody? I've already covered the dietary laws in here. Are we still getting a good connection? Can everybody hear me okay? Am I doing all right? Because I just want to just kind of go over something real quick with you. Just try to kind of show you. It's quite simple. We make it almost elementary. Okay, good. Guys, the dietary laws. Father doesn't want you to eat anything that eats another animal. Just think about it this way. Doesn't eat another animal or eats poop. That's it. Just listen, it's not that hard. It has to chew the cud or split hoof, meaning it can't be carnivorous. The animal, Father doesn't want us to eat anything that eats another animal, because it can eat another carcass that's dead and we could get bacteria from that. That's very bad. Okay. Just for one, carnivorous animals, just put this very simply. And then the scaleless, is because it's a bottom feeder. That has to do everything with a shellfish. If it eats poop or eats another animal, don't eat it. Okay. That's all I'm telling you. Just that's it. It's that damn simple. And that's what he doesn't want us. No filter feeders, because they eat poop. You can dabble in them a little bit, brothers, sisters. It's not going to hurt your body. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to hurt you. Those were the dietary laws. You know what I'm saying? Those were the dietary laws. And if you didn't, you would live a lot damn longer. I guarantee you. You would. Hell yes, you would. That only applied to the house of Aaron and Levi, too. Remember, the Gentiles could eat whatever the hell they want. People now, you can't eat this. Shut the fuck up, you idiots. Oh, Muslims don't eat. Shut up. Under this covenant, it's not what goes in a man that defiles us. It's my potty mouth, right? What comes out of us. Okay? He's not going to care what you eat. Eat everything. You understand? So just look at what he's telling you. Don't eat anything that eats another animal. That's going to eat something that could eat a dead animal, which has infection. You're going to eat that, and then what can happen, right? Or poop, anything that has a filter. So you understand what the dietary laws, remember how that worked? I don't want to go through. They're very simple. It's not any more complicated than that. Does that make sense to you on how that diet, how all those Levitical laws, do I understand basic biology? Are you going to come in here and try to insult me? Do you understand basic Hebrew? How about the Greek? Okay. Thanks, kid. You know what I'm saying? If you don't eat anything that eats poop, a filter feeder, shellfish, bottom feeders, scaleless, catfish, animals that would eat another animal. That's why it's supposed to chew the cud. It's supposed to be eat vegetables. I don't care if you have a degree. I'll make you look like an idiot. I don't give a hell what your degree. You're an idiot. You're in a box. I'll put you in a box. Tell me what the word hell is. Let's see if you even know what you're talking about. Hold on. Tell me, Kimber. Tell me what year it is first. Mrs. Degree. Is that Kimber? Kimber? Is that Kim? Okay, Kim. Tell everybody what year it is, Miss Degree. Tell everybody what year is in here. And if she's swine, get her out of here. If she lies, if she's a demon, probably can't even define the word. Oh, she got a degree. Oh, watch out. That's what Father doesn't want us to have a name, letters in front of our name. She's already a Satanist, doesn't even know the word. So define the word there, idiot. Come on. I'm telling you, you don't know. Tell me, show everybody in here you do. Tell everybody what year it is. Goodbye, slime ball. See, that's what I'm saying, brother, sister. Twisted idiot. Twisted sister right here. Ain't my sister. Not mine. Get her out of here. Thanks again. Don't let the door hit you where your degree you don't even know what year it is, let alone what time it is. Isn't that hilarious, brothers, sisters? Oh, I got a degree, but I don't even know what year it is. Silly rabbit tricks for kids. The New Year's doesn't start in the middle of the winter. That's a lunar calendar, you lunatic. Remember he said, learn not the ways of the heathens, the lunar worship, and be not dismayed at the ways of the firmament markers above your head and the stars, right? For the heathens are dismayed, the idiot. I got a degree, but I don't even know what year it is. Oh, there's a number on the wall and a hand pointing it, and that's time, right? Oh, there's digits on a screen. That's not time. You're an idiot. You don't know what time is. Anyways, moving on. So, do you have a degree in biology? Do you understand the basic? You know what I should have done? I should have asked her the four. I should have asked her. Well, the three autoimmune responses of the body. Biology, basic, well, that's a little bit more advanced than obviously biology, but you have to understand biology to understand virology, right? And then obviously autoimmunity, but I don't know. People are idiots. I know what people know. Doctors. I study with fucking doctors. Get emergency room doctors, good brother, sister. They're going to sew your leg back on. But remember, biology. Yeah, let's talk about nutritional doctrine. Does this person know anything about, how about health? Talk about biology. I bet you could have made Kim go in circles. I don't want to sit there and talk around circles, you guys, or try to belittle you, but brothers, sisters, you are what you eat. Let's go back to what we're saying. Swine, don't sup with swine. Okay, don't eat swine. And you can eat whatever you want under this covenant. Remember, you can eat everything and as much as you want. And I would encourage you not to eat things that eat other animals. I would encourage you to stop eating sugar. I would encourage you to stop eating as little as bread as you can. I still, time to time, but if you're more away from these things that, again, that would eat poop, filter feeders, and you just dabble with them a little bit, it's not going to kill you. There's another thing we really shouldn't eat too. Ryan, thanks for bringing that up. We really shouldn't eat cheese. That's another thing we shouldn't, we should have suckled off our mom's teat and that's it. There's your autoimmunity right there for life. Hallelujah. Is that, hey, whatever. I'm not giving any, that's theory. Theory. Not giving any health advice. Go get the baby formula with the corn syrup in it. Give that to your kids. Mama's milk's, I don't know. Colostrum's not good for them, right? You can find that too. Remember, brothers, sisters, right now, please remember, if I want to put this out there. I know this sounds crazy, but we have the ability to have modern day conveniences of freeze dryers, brothers, sisters. And there are many women, and I know you ladies won't take this the wrong way. Many women have an overabundance and have to pump, brothers, sisters. They struggle. Their breasts hurt. I can't imagine carrying the big old cannons around, and that's got to hurt your back. And then she's grinding on them and all that, and all the baby's fingernails are, just, I feel you, ladies. I feel you. And listen, brothers, sisters, yes, opinion, not giving any medical advice, please. Just for protection of the channel. But listen, they freeze dries this milk, brothers, sisters, and there would be no reason somebody should ever buy anything. You can get women have this now. You can find breast milk available, brothers, sisters. You know what I'm saying? And even if it's not yours, because some women can't breastfeed, brothers, sisters. Some women have inverted nipples. They have issues. It just is. There's not every woman can get their child to suckle. There's just a million things. Okay, let's be adults in here. You know what I'm saying? Just hear me out, please. They sell this, okay, and they say goat milk is close, but don't even settle for goat milk. And there are really people who are super selective, brothers, sisters. If you look, that you can find, they're real selective about their diet, and they'll document their diet and everything of what they had, because you are what you eat. That child's gonna remember. So let's be mature about this. I really think it's important that if that's available, that a woman would never, ever want to put some kind of soy or corn syrup or any of that in their child if they can actually find another mother, if they couldn't. I mean, let the pride be aside. I know that's a pretty big thing that you don't, oh no, well, but hey, do you care about that child? And, and I think it's probably affordable. I haven't looked at it, but please look into that, brothers, sisters. If you know anybody that's with suck, a child that's, please, and they're struggling, look into this, man. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense, guys? Pass it on. I don't think people even I know that because I know a lot about freeze drying and stuff. I've had many, and people don't realize there's an industry of these now out, and a lot of women do this, and there really is, because there's an abundance, and I think it's kind of a blessing. And I don't mean that for like a woman to profit, but you got to understand, if a woman's got an abundance of milk, that means she's got some milk jugs there. She's really having I think she should get paid a little bit there. That's a lot of weight to carry around. It's like carrying a rucksack on your back, but in the front. Come on, guys. You know what I'm saying? As a guy, if your woman, your wife couldn't have that, wouldn't you want to have another woman's, if she would agree with that, then some Similac, Emalac, lacking, obviously, whack corn syrup, guys. You don't give that to children. Children don't need to eat corn when they're young, So, did you know that existed? I'm just throwing it out there. I'm serious. It's so beautiful that we have these modern high-tech redneck type stuff, to go back to the ways of old. That I do. I'm only giving advice. In my opinion, I think when a woman gives that colostrum, that a child is immunized life for life. You understand? I really think, I think it's that important. And some women can't. And I know that it's hard for them. That's got to be devastating for a woman. I know my son's mom only very little, and I felt like I was forcing her to do it. Seriously did. And I did as much as I can. I'll be real with you. I did. You need to try. I don't care. You need to keep trying. Just keep trying. Don't stop. And for about 2 weeks. And after that, I just became more. And I said, that's all right. It is what it is. You know, he got a little bit, and Elijah's never been sick. You know what I'm saying? So I can't imagine, you know what I'm saying, how a woman must be devastated when she cannot breastfeed her child. That's a bonding thing with a mother, and she can still obviously completely bond, but that's a, you know, it's a burden. It's a blessing. I know. But did you ever hear of being able to buy women's breast milk? I mean, legally, this is a thing. If you looked into it, I'm sure it's available. People in your area have it, you know. And again, people are, again, pretty selective about if they know they're selling this, they're going to be using their diet. They know that this stuff is, they can't just, you're not buying from somebody who's using and stuff. And, you know, I'm not saying that a freeze dryer is that damn expensive, but, you know, generally, you know, they're a little more expensive item, and, you know, to have, and, you know, a few $1,000s. It used to be more than that, but cool. Well, I think please pass that on too, brothers, sisters, because there's a lot of people who get, you know, get pregnant, and they you know, go to work, and they ended up drying up because they have to work. There's another reason why, you know what I'm saying? So why not, if you got to go to work, instead of doing the Similac, go find these, you know, and help these women out, pay these women. They obviously had an excess, you know, and so that's hard on a woman that has to normally pump her breast. I don't think these women are just pumping it to make money. I really think a lot of these women who I've seen are just some, you know, women who just have an excess, and that's an abundance, and we should be able to, you know, use that abundance. So got milk. Thank you, Iceman Ryan. So a long way, you know me, with some subject, I'll keep beating it, but I think it's a beautiful thing, brother. So I think it's that important. Well, like we talked about from the very beginning, some of those things. How could you even compare to Similac to, hey, I go buy some woman's milk that's been, you know, freeze dried, or just available? That, you know, it's not always freeze dried, but sometimes they do that as well. That's what I know, that women will do that. How do you want to keep going in and outside? I don't understand you, man. I told you this guy's like having two wives here. Do you love me? My puppies. It's like having two wives. Every time they come in, they want a new. They want to change their clothes, in and out, coming in the room. What are you doing? What are you doing? Sneaking up on Dad? Are you sneaking up on Dad? Are you sneaking up on Dad? You're laying on me. You're laying on the dad. So. How do you move on from heartbreak? Well, Sean, I'm not giving any relationship advice, but I think I got something. I'm half hungry. You can't turn it off like a light switch, Sean, so don't think you can. If you truly care about somebody, it's not just going to turn off. There you go. Be realistic. Obviously, you must still care. You know what sucks? When you're in a situation and you're the only one care. So I don't want to get into your whole situation. You know what I'm saying? But just hold on. Let me hear me out there. You know, this is a ministry, and we can use a little word on them. So, Father created all things. There's times in our life that Father's removing something from our lives. At least we've gotten in a while. And sometimes he's trying to, you know, beat maybe he's removing, maybe it's temporary. We don't know, but try to remember there is a creator. And I'm not sure if you're spiritual. We came into a ministry. This ain't some religious channel. Okay. We go by the word. You got to remember what the word tells us. Okay. So he created all things. So fear not being out anxious. Father's doing it. If you're one of those people, and I don't need to know your whole situation, if you're still hanging on, it sounds like you care. It sucks when the other person does it. So that might be a first signal that you might just step back for a minute. You know, relationships are supposed to work. You aren't supposed to like force them. You know, remember, you can hate somebody. They can still be sleeping on the couch, right? And love them.
So this ain't Dr. Phil. Don't take this. I don't have nobody sitting next to me but my dog. But see, my dog's never lied, cheated, or stole anything from me. So they treat me better than any woman I've ever had. So, and then when I've gone real long, my wife, she doesn't piss herself like my dog does when I come after I'm gone too long. My wife just gets pissed. Never mind. Okay, so I shouldn't give any advice here on that. Do you hear that, lady? She might take some advice from the dogs. But anyway. All right, Dad, whatever, man. That tail just starts to wag. Ass starts to flipping around. The longer I'm gone, the more she starts shaking that ass. Thank you, good puppy. So excited to see me. See? Ladies, learn something from the puppies, okay? Longer I'm gone, the more that ass gets shaken, right? More excited they are, pissing themselves. The more you're pissed, you're sit there mad, staring at. All right, moving on. Anybody get that, ladies? Hold on, I'm giving some freaking Dr. Phil up in here. We're using the word too. Shake it. Remember? Did anybody, ladies, get the ladies? See, these ladies don't want to take my advice now. You know, seriously, I'm the kind of guy. See, that's why I can't be with a woman, because I'm gonna go. Somebody's gonna see my tattoos, and I'm gonna start. You know, honey, you went for milk. You went for milk and you were gone for 2 hours. Oh, I'm just apologize, lady. You know, honey, you know how that works. The longer I have gone for 2 hours, that dog is literally pissing himself. Want to get back. She's pissed. You know, he's shaking his ass and she's like, you ain't getting none of that ass. All right, moving on. Damn, over milk, huh? We were talking about milk, guys, so I just brought it up, okay? You were the ones who tuned in here, right? No, Father made you come here, so take it up with Father. Remember, I wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for Father, so hallelujah. So love the puppies. I should probably let my dogs outside. This reminds me of having 2 wives, and I'm telling you, like, they want to go out and in. Every time they come in, they want to ask me, honey, does my butt look big in this dress? And I don't know what the right answer is to that, all right? So please, is there a right answer? All right, never mind. I'm going to go let my dogs out. Can't even get a straight answer in here. Love you, brothers and sisters. Boys, you guys are my best kids. I love you, boys. Oh, I love my kids. All my single kids. What do we got over here? Oh, we got more chicken. We got more volcano chicken. So, did anybody get that? Okay, so are you still in here? Because yeah, I'm not eating any of the Mountain House meals. I remember I made volcano chicken. So I got some volcano chicken. So everybody get that? I'm not going to pee when I see anyone. All right, Lady in Red says not going to pee. All right. Good stuff. Thanks for coming in, guys. Good to see you there, Cardboard. This guy's like, you know, in the box, right? Dimensional. Thanks for coming in. Third block rock box spinning on a ball, or a block. Hey, it's Cardboard. Hola. So, anyways, chicken here in a minute. Light a little bit, you know. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for YouTube live stream. Remember, it literally did save my life. So I'm trying to give thanks by just trying not to talk about my situation all the time. You know, it'll all get itself worked out. 12 days, we'll see what happens from there. You know, one day at a time. So do appreciate, you know, all the, we've made a pretty different change in ministry, and I like where we're going with this. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I like this whole wrench thing and wrenching the idiots out of here. You know, give them a number 10 socket, they can be gone and lost in space. Anybody who knows what a number 10 socket is. That's what my wrenches do. They get rid of these number 10 sockets. Remember, let me see your deck of my. Put your hands up. It's a stick up. So. So many dumbass, MAGA high priests of the same church. Those who say peace and safety, peace, sudden destruction, MAGA will come upon them. Great again, my ass. It says sorrows. It's going to get a lot worse from here. Beginning of sorrows, not the end. This is not the end. This is the beginning of tabernacles and tense increasing waves of shit storms. Ricky, there's a shit storm coming. You better get out of the way. Isn't that what the word says? Waves, a crowning moment, and a woman in labor, an intensification of pain. Hello? Not great again. Not great. Not. Do as thou will, high priest of the Satan church. Free will. Free will, freedom towers. 4 triangles up, ether. 4 triangles down. Wow. Mr. Vomit Barry with his man shell Reggie. Remember the floppy cock on Ellen DeGeneres with the white pants? All right. White pants or White House? Yep. They're sold out. Look, anybody who votes right now is an idiot. They're going to go to hell. They're already in hell. You're voting in a system that kills people all over the world. You're voting your dollars pay to kill people, a whole Ukrainian generation. You think it pays for potholes or stomping potholes in your chest, and they're, well, so you can't breathe. Remember the whole I can't breathe ritual? So let me get some chicken. It's a hard one to swallow. You know, that one right there. You get a little black pilled on that one, don't you? I don't think there's any other ministry, there's any other platform. There is not one other blogger on YouTube that is pointing out that this whole 9/11 was because they stretched Christ back to a tree. That's the 5G. That's the COVID. That's the I can't breathe, respiratory virus. That's what this is all, a mocking of Christ because they hung him on a tree. Nobody gets it. That's what it's been all about. What do you think 5G is? Oxygen depletion wave, so you can't breathe. Respiratory, my ass, remember? PCR tests, corona. That's the common cold, you dumbass. So, remember, they veiled them? The neatly folded blue mask you all idiots wore. Masquerade, everybody went around. They veiled Christ. They put a cover over his face. Pretty sick. A satanic ritual. And the whole world doesn't get it. And guess what? I don't care. I'm not falling for this George Floyd, the porn star Floyd, CIA trained operative who was high on fentanyl, has to be taken out and laid on the ground. Big actors. Porn star George Floyd. Look it up. You're an idiot. Just keep going with it. The government loves you. Yeah. Central Intelligence Agency trained. All right, moving on. See why I'm ready to die? I don't want this world. There's nothing here. The government's doing it. They got the whole Super Bowl. Remember, he goes to MMA. We're going to have MMA fights at the White House now. Fuck, this world is stupid, man. And anybody who does this donkey and elephant Circus Vargas show, old big top with the bozo there, like I said, I might say that Donald Trump has a set of balls if he put some white paint on him like Bozo the Clown. I already told you that. Not this taco face, Cheeto face, whatever. Puff, cheese puff is what he is. I don't know what you're smoking. Warp speed. So that's what this was all about, guys. It's mocking Christ. What do you think 5G whiz is? Remember? 60 gigahertz, look it up, 60 millimeter wave. Oh, that's an oxygen depletion. Oh, so you understand what this whole corona thing has been about? The No King's ritual, they're still doing it to you. They're still doing all the same thing to you over and over again, but they just keep mocking you because you don't know the word. Remember? Oh, there's the No King's ritual. Remember? 2 kings, 2 crowns. Right? So, nope, no king's ritual, no Solomon, no temples, no gold, no
Nebuchadnezzar, no. Shiloh, the scepter shall not depart from Judah. Remember? You see what I'm saying? He said somebody's going to steal your crown. Well, you better be, yeah, but better have a spiritual eye, not a third eye. There's no such thing as a third eye. Here, listen here, third eye blind. I want to go get my chicken. It's a volcano up in here. It's volcanism, remember? Volcanism. Increasing of radiation. Solar radiation. Waves of intensification, penetration of our atmosphere. You guys are the best kids I ever had. You're the best kids I ever had. Going in and out the whole time, but you're still the best. You're still the best. You're the best I ever had. Best I ever had. All right, we're going to get the sticky, icky chicken here, boys. Girls. Nope, adults. No children. Tango, go lay down. I'll do begging dogs. I'll give you the bone if you beg. I'll throw it into the chickens. I'll give it to the chickens if you beg. Don't beg for me. I'll give these bones to the chickens. Go. All done. No beg. Don't do begging dogs. Vámonos, muchacho. Got some. Put the Charmander on that bellboy. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Boy, that's some yummy chicken there. Want some of that? Want a bite? All right. Thank you, Father, again for the bounty, the blessings, the abundance. I knew it was going to be good cold, too. It was good hot. Volcano chicken. It's the Thai chili. Thai chili on these ones. Showed it earlier on the stream. Thank you, Father. That's all glazed on there. Glazed like a donut. Or something. I don't eat donuts. No, I don't eat donuts. I don't eat none of that crap. Cakes or ding dongs or ho hos or honey bunny or whatever. None of that nonsense. It's disgusting. Remember how good that aisle was when you were a kid? Now I look at that aisle, I'm like, oh, this whole aisle looks like death. Zebra stripes my ass. Whatever you call it, or puffball or snowball or little cream cake. Little sticky little Swiss roll out of here. No, I'll take some fiery barbecue. That's pretty sugary too, but a lot of these sauces we eat are just sugar, barbecue sauce, sugar, a lot of sugar.
Especially you don't make it. If you make it yourself, it doesn't have to be. But you buy it. Corn syrup. The hell are you putting corn syrup and damn barbecue sauce for? Oh. Oh man, this is popping. Look at that. You guys want a bite of that? That's barbecued. It's barbecued. Uh-oh. Let's not drop it. Oh. I know it's so hard to get away from it if you live in this corporation, America. It's the Corn Julio nation. Even the cars eat corn syrup. They do. That's what ethanol is. Pretty much same thing. Yes, you do eat corn syrup, Brina. It's in everything. You better flip over every label. It's in so much shit that you eat. Or be flipping over every label. There's almost corn syrup in everything. So there you go. I'm just, this is the sweet Thai chili sauce. But moderation's okay, but man, we don't even try, most of us. We just eat it like we're, just poison, Yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying, Brina, it sucks, huh? Even when you try, I guarantee it's still in stuff that they say it's not in, Sabrina. Even if they put it in stuff there, it's not even in. You know what I'm saying? It's in there too. They did that already. They showed that stuff was organic and it wasn't stuff that was supposedly no, GMO, or it showed up in this stuff. The labels, it's all, you know what I'm saying? Unless you do it yourself anymore, brothers, we pretty much have kind of put ourselves at the hands of these people. We know they're not honest. Monsanto, come on, that was Vietnam. Agent Orange, hello. Be real. Try to remember your history. That's the head of the food. Yep, it's crazy. Same people from Vietnam. Yep. Same people brought to you by Agent Orange. Remember Mr. Orange, Bad Man Orange? Yeah, he was in on that too. No, yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. No. No, isn't it crazy that we just pretty much eat food flavored poison like I keep talking about? We're all guilty of it. Unless you raise it yourself, it's no good, guys. There's nothing good from the store. You're fooling yourself. You could create so much better food yourself. Yeah, you could. Hell yeah, you could. I don't care you grew a bucket of tomatoes. Go to Territorial Seed Company. Sister Nicole's over there in that area where they got the baddest seeds on this rock. I'm telling you. They have the most insane in the membrane seeds on this rock. Look it up, Territorial Seed Company. Get your seeds from them. Or, oh, damn, what's the other one that I buy from online? But you can make better food than they make. I know. You let them sit in the sun. Doc, you got to do, tomatoes now aren't full sun. They need shade. The sun's changed. I know how I could have fixed that for you. Should have kept them out of the sun. Everybody who's starting to find out all this full sun, you can't put shit or apologize out in the full sun anymore. Too much solar radiation coming in. Yeah, certain things are doing okay. But I know that a lot of people are struggling with a lot of this full sun stuff. And they're just putting some partial shading in it, and then it's doing a lot better. Because remember, the sun used to change. It used to be very orange and then turn hot white summer sun and then go back to orange. It don't do that anymore. It's just white all the time. And I told you why. Nothing's changed with the sun, brothers and sisters. Our magnetosphere has shrunk. Our atmosphere has shrunk. We're closer to the sun. It's heated off all the protection. The sun's still the same sun. We're closer to the sun. The atmosphere itself has come. It's just part of you. You got to understand the mechanics on how this works. So the hotter it gets, the more that penetration of that solar radiation is, the whiter that sun's going to get. It's going to turn blue if it gets any hotter. I don't never say it like that. I don't think I've ever said that ever once. I always go through the whole damn thing with you, but I'm eating right now, so I just want to eat. But you go through and you look at the torch, remember? Turn it on, all the particulate, very orange, we have more particulate in our atmosphere when we get normal solar flares, but I've already taught you guys all this cycle and why our sun looks the way it does and what it's doing, what it is. And remember, we're getting pounded by solar radiation constantly by the sun because of the weakened magnetosphere. That's happening all the time. That's why a lot of these places are struggling and plants are not doing what they did for a lot of years. Grow zones are going offline. Places that grew aren't growing well. Other places are starting to come up that didn't do well. This is exactly what it says in scripture that's going to do. Go from extreme places to temperate and temperate to extreme, and that's what we're starting to see. So, but there's lots of ways we can combat this system by being our own supply chain. Truly, you know what I'm saying? And it takes a community. So if you can't, there are ways to do it on your own, but if you really want to thrive in the future, you better be around people who really want to try hard to survive without killing people. See, they got other plans, growing food, growing, their own meat, have their own water. They're not trying to fight or thinking about these things that we're talking about. They're thinking ahead. They're not just, I'm just going to wait for the just-in-time delivery system, right? We'll see how well that delivers for you. It's like that hope and change. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm going to unplug this phone. Yeah, we're going to lose that light for the end of the night. That's okay. All right. Thanks, brother. Thanks for letting me eat that. I appreciate it. I need something in my belly. I really did. Ate that one piece of chicken, and I ate an omelet for like 5 or 6 egg omelet for breakfast with lots of jalapeno salsa. So, yeah, but I don't know where you get your seeds from, but if you don't have any seeds, I look at Territorial Seed Company, and man, I was hoping that name would come back to me. There's another place that I buy seeds online. It's an online company. I'll remember it if I don't think about it, but True Leaf Market is the name of the other company that I buy seeds from. Open pollinated, non-genetically modified seeds for my seed stock, for my seed banks, I get those other seeds whenever I see them at like garage sales. If somebody's got those Blurpee or those other seeds or whatever, the Walmart seeds, I just throw them in another section, another vault for bartering later. I don't want to grow those things. You know what I'm saying? Because I do think seeds, when shit hits the fan, will be totally worthless. I don't think they'll be worthless. Oh, yes, they'll be worth so much. Yeah, they'll be tradable, but you ain't growing no food. You're going to have time to water, check, start growing shit in rows like a garden. That shit's going to get ransacked so fast. You ain't growing shit. You better have some freeze-dried meals put away. You better be away from people growing food. That's a hilarious fucking conversation in the future, isn't it? So, love you, brothers, sisters, but those seeds aren't going to do. I'm going to keep it real in here for you. Ain't no prepper ever told you that, huh? Uh-huh. I'll put shit out here that nobody else talks about, not one, and I don't care. I don't want no glory. Shouldn't even be here. Thanks, YouTube, for keeping me alive. No, never from either of those companies. No, why would you even ask that about those companies? They have the best, and go look through their reviews, Sarah. Go look through reviews. Some of the best seeds. Territorial is the best seeds on this rock. There's not a better place to get seeds. And you got to understand how the seeds work. They grow them for certain grow zones, and they harden them for years and do all these. They keep up with all that. So you can buy seeds that are for your area. That type of, they're really good at what they do. They're a company out of Oregon. I think they're based in Cottage Grove, or but they have growers all over. You know what I'm saying? It's not where they get their seeds from. They're an outstanding, and I don't talk about anything that, I haven't. They're just top of the line, and they're an open pollinated. Obviously, that's non-genetically modified, so you can keep growing those seeds year after year after year. Or keep growing your vault, keep hardening your vault for your area. See, that's what they do. You grow in a certain area year after year after year. It gets very climate conducive to that climate. You can buy seeds for the climate you're in. That type of or which climate you're buying for and what zones and how they're really an advanced type of seed company. And not like that because of all the, just like anything, botany and things like that. It's a green thumb. You don't just born with a green thumb. That comes with experience. And our plants, all the plants that are here obviously are here because they were not genetically modified, and they lived through all these last cycles and things like that. But I don't know if people understand why they're starting to genetically modify plants and what the hell that's all about. But they're trying to change them to grow in different climate zones. They've got chickpeas that are driving a dry climate. They've changed over to drive into a wet climate by doing modifying them genetically through chemical modification. But anyways, these are the seeds that I'm talking about. Are seeds you plant year after year. They're very conducive to the grow zones, meaning you can find out which area and which grows where and how they're hardened and the years they've had them. And that's not the normal type of seeds. You can't normally get that kind of information. They are they are more expensive than any other seeds that I've ever bought. But I don't care about expense. That's irregardless of what I'm saying. You're buying the experience of the company. If you understand what I'm saying, if you've ever, you know what I'm saying? Have you ever done any growing, So I love to grow food. I love to grow. It's been a while since I better get it covered over my ladies, guys. It's getting cold out here already. I better at least put that lid on there. I don't think I'm going to have enough money to buy another set of garden. I'll just put it on there. If it leaks a little bit, it'll be all right. As long as it stays up there and keeps the, there's tons of ways we can be, you know how many things you can regrow too, brothers, sisters, like pineapples, onions, a lot of your rooting plants, you can grow them again. We just throw away those ends. A lot of these things you can stick right back in the dirt and just grow another plant right again off of your fruit, or your root. A lot of people don't do that, seriously, like done, just bam, throw it in there, sprinkle some water on it, bam, that thing be growing again, oh man, yeah, good stuff. Good conversation, brothers and sisters. I appreciate it. I probably get it wrapped up here in a few. Been on here for a little while. I do appreciate you guys keeping me occupied here. You know, again, I want to give thanks to everybody who's helped me here in these last 15, 16 months. Keep me sane here. Continue to do what we do here, and we'll see what Father has in store for this man here in the next 12 days or something like that. I think in less than 2 weeks. And paid all this money out for this attorney and haven't heard a single word from him. So that's no news is good news is what I'm thinking. I'm hoping he just has them by their balls and tells them, you better stop this shit. This dude's going to sue the living snot out of you. He's going to go to Ecuador if you leave him alone. He's going to leave. He's made it very clear. I told John that too. You know what I'm saying? Good stuff. Take care of your stuff. Sister Nicole, take care of your stuff. You know what I'm saying? Do your thing. It's a very important time. They're bringing the military to Oregon now. You know what I'm saying? This is a very serious time. I really wish you could be here now and not where you're at. You know what I'm saying? And I know you have all those commitments over there, but it's not a good time to be over where you're at. It really is not a good time to be on that side of that I-5 corridor at this point in time. It really isn't. But Father will protect you. Remember, no matter where you're at, judgments are going to be everywhere under this covenant. So there's no place to run. Remember, rocks fall on us and hide us from the face of the Lord. There's no way to. We're not there yet. Just you know what I'm saying. But this is getting very serious right now. Super serious. Super serious. And it's you know, it's going to be all 50 states for you know, brother, sister, going to have military in all 50 states. This ain't about red or blue anymore. Please remember that. So this is why I always keep encouraging us here at this ministry to keep being this organic lifestyle, try to go back to the ways of old, you know what I'm saying? And we'll fend better if our spirit's right and we're trying to be more organic and we're not out trying to be violent with anybody and start revolutions. And remember, I'll start trying to communities that don't want to fight, not militias and arms. You never heard me say take up arms and none of that. We're the reverse of that here. Remember, we don't do that. Or I'll tell you to get a damn Forerunner, get a Toyota, and get a bunch of supplies and put a bug out bag in there and go the hell away from people when people want to fight. Go in the opposite direction. Don't be fighting people for toilet paper. Get some toilet paper. Let's not wait till they lock down again to go get toilet paper. Things like that is what I'm saying. They could lock us down tomorrow, put the face diaper thing on and put the screens back up, the plexiglass, and everybody's standing on it next tomorrow. And every one of you in here knows it. I know one of you can say they could not do that to us tomorrow. You could wake up tomorrow morning, people, oh my God, did you hear the VidCo 2.0? It's back. Now it's Ebola or something, or whatever. And they could do it again. They could put us in full, nonsense mode again. The air is so tense when you go outside, you sneeze, you can break it. Never forget what they did to us, brothers, sisters. You guys don't get complacent here. Never forget that. Remember that you'd sneeze and people would run down another aisle. They'd avoid that aisle. Freak out when people would sneeze in public. Cough, sneeze. People were tense as hell. Remember that? Oh no, I've forgotten. Everything's awesome. Team America, we're just gonna act like nothing. Now they got military in 19 freaking states. No, Chicago. No, they keep putting them on, brothers and sisters. It's gonna be all 50 before you know it. So I'm not trying to be some kind of, Debbie Downer. I'm trying to be real with you. I can't be a messenger and warn you something if I'm sitting there talking to you and it's already happened and they're all already in 50 states, right? So don't fool yourself. 48, whatever, the mainland, whatever you want, whatever you say. You know what I'm saying? That's why I want you to get your mindset. Try to remember those, Sister Nicole. Please go teach everybody you know. Go share the love, the agape. There's nowhere in Scripture it says one world order, one single time, one world religion, one single time, or one world. Yep.
currency. It doesn't say that. Never says that at one single time. Okay. But that's what they're pushing. The NWO, the New World Order, that's their verbiage. That's their verbiage. Because then they got the whole world doing it, though. See what I'm saying? It's like, you guys, there is no one world anything. And you didn't say, but, you said a new, well, you know what I'm saying? This, yeah, that's what this verbiage, and they've got the whole world doing it. It's kind of hilarious, you know what I'm saying? It's just not written in scripture. It's not biblical or scriptural. They're talking about no man will buy or sell without the mark. That's your karak character. Remember, I already taught you what the word mark is. There's a difference between marked and sealed. Remember, he says, put my seal on their foreheads. So you don't want to be marked, right? You want to put, people lost perception. You know what I'm saying? Of what this is really about. So it's all spiritual anyways. Remember, brothers and sisters, there's no physical mark of the beast. The mark of 666 is the number of man. Okay. It's a spiritual mark. Okay. Again, the word mark is the word karak or character. And when you sin, that means your character's off. You're off the mark. You're off the mark. That's what it means to sin. Okay. So mark, think about it. Does that make more sense now? What the mark is? Now, do you know what the mark is? Did I just give you an understand what that means? Okay. And we know because we're spiritual, inwardly spiritual Jews, if you will. We're not some kind of physical. We're not under the physical law. Don't put yourself under the physical law that you rip Christ down from the tree he hung on. Oh, wait, we're not Cro-Magnon, man. We don't have that thick skull or skin. But anyways, if you rip Christ down from that covenant, and that's like by not standing up to this corporation. You go as a corporation, then he stood up to the corporation, then you're going to put yourself under the Testament. Father's going to judge you then. See, he stands there as your mediator, if you will, an attorney, right? Your counsel. He is your counsel. He's got ends with the judge, because the Father is the judge. And now under this testament, under the Old Testament, the wages of one sin was death. Are you telling me you've never sinned twice or even once? That's none of us in here, brother, sister. Not even one of us are anywhere close to that. Remember, if you covet, that it's in your head. You can sin in your own head, brothers, sisters. Try to remember that. Okay. So cool. I'm about to wrap it up, guys. Appreciate you, brothers and sisters, you staying in here a long time. I hope you guys, are gleaning and still, I feel like I have a lot to do for this ministry because Father kept me here. He must want me to be here. If it did save my life, Father chose to keep me alive, obviously, but it literally is physical proof that this YouTube internet, they would have shot me. I know they would have had me in a different position. And so I feel so burdened by it because I don't want to, all my life situation, but I also feel very abundant, you know what I'm saying? That I'm still here and that YouTube, this is a literal case where YouTube saved my life. I mean, if I wasn't able to live stream, I know those cops would have shot me dead. And it's killing me now because now I wondered if I just would have walked out the damn door, if Elijah and Adriana still be alive. That's kind of this new thing that's been killing me lately. You know what I'm saying? Why? I don't know why that just popped in my head. I hate it. I'm like, God damn it, if I just would have walked out the fucking door, maybe they would have shot me. They'd have been happy. They didn't have a warrant for Adriana and she'd be fine. And they just would have arrested Elijah and he would have went to prison and got an attorney and figured the fuck out. And I'd be dead and none of us, and now I'm fucking alive and they're both dead. I hate this fucking time right now, brothers. Just so you know, but I love you guys so much. I apologize again for my cursing. It just things like this just destroy me. And this is the new thing that it just kind of popped in my head that, man, is that what God did? I traded my life for theirs. I mean, it sucks, guys, but thanks for being there for me. This whole thing's just hard to
swallow, you know. So I don't know. Kind of like my son told me, just take the money and go. If I just would have left, if I just would have fucking left, then I never would have standed up for Elijah, and he wouldn't have never been grenaded, shot my daughter. The fuck did I do, guys? Thanks for just letting me try to, Father's making all things happen. So it is what it is. I can't fix it. I can't change anything. I'm not trying to change anything. I just never thought about it that way. Should have just walked out the fucking door. Should have left when Elijah told me. This would have never happened. He told me to leave, take the gold and silver and go. The shit Marshall stole would never happen. None of this would have never happened. Marshall would have never fucking killed him if that's the case, remember? This is killing me, brothers, sisters. I don't even want to bring this shit up to you. You don't even know the stuff that goes through my head. You know what I'm saying? So, thanks for listening to me. It's a struggle. Like I said, this whole YouTube thing is a blessing and a burden, just like everything in life. You know what I'm saying? But thanks for being there for me. I really need this. I don't have much. Sister Cole's in here. She'll tell you I really don't have. I've known her for, more like a dozen years, but I don't. Sister Nicole says, I don't have any friends. She's been here before. Every time my phone don't ring, nobody calls me. You know what I'm saying? So I live a very solitude life, very, very. So I've gone, I don't know what the longest you've ever gone without talking to a human being, but I've already shared that before. I've isolated myself. I don't talk to anybody for a long time, not another human being. I only talk to God, Father, Shiloh. So, you know what I've always done is always prayed for his will. For a long time, decades now, I've always just prayed for Father's will. I have a big thing about not praying for my will. And whenever I screw up, you know what I'm saying? I very quickly fix it. Oh, Father, I got weak. I want your will. Don't listen to me. I'm an idiot. I just fell to the flesh. Just your will, Father. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. I apologize. I was weak. Your will, Father. Nope. I don't care if it beats me. I don't care what happens. I don't want my will. Don't make it. Nope, Father. I'm an idiot. I don't know what I'm talking about. Thy kingdom come. So this is what it's got me. So that's what I'm saying. It's just between me and Father, so I'm not mad at anybody on this rock. I'm just a little confused. As a dad, I have instincts and want to go to my son if I know he's suffering, and my daughter. It's just an instinct, brothers, sisters, like an animal. Remember that I'm trying to leave too. So I tried to tell you about it. I mean, split right in half every day. My mind is just being completely severed every day. I want to run, but I want to stay because I don't want to leave my kids behind. I should have left, but I didn't. All this is just splitting me in half. I literally get divided every day. It's just it's a nightmare, torture, and I'm trying to do the best I can, and I don't mean to bring it all on you, but I do want to thank you, because if I am alive and they didn't shoot me, that I don't know how I would do this, because it doesn't feel real. At times it gets very. I still can't believe that I've served this country, and I took an oath, and I know the rights, and who can't report their children missing or dead? How do you not be able to report your children missing or dead, or you get thrown in jail for reporting, or threatened to be thrown in jail for reporting missing or dead? It doesn't make any sense to me. I just can't wrap my brain around it. I hire the attorney. This is going to get something done. I mean, how much? Nothing has happened. So who knows what's going to happen in 12 days? I don't know. It's crazy. So darn it, YouTube. Why'd you have to keep me here? Why couldn't I just get shot? I mean, if they're gone, they're what? No, I got to be here for the ministry, right? So I ain't giving up. Father kept me here for a reason. If you want to be gone, I would have been shot that day. So might have been just a little bit easier, okay? And that's fine. I'm not taking the sissy route. I'm just being a little bitch whining about it. So I'm just a dad who misses his kids too. Please don't hold that against me. Nobody's looking for them. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's out there beating it, like they should. And there should be a fucking manhunt for them, This is a major thing. I mean, Marshall obviously there's something else involved here. I know it. You know what I'm saying? I know it has to do with those strip gold mines up there, and that's why the police didn't go up there, because they are getting paid to keep their fucking mouth shut. Why else would they keep their mouth shut? Think about it, brothers and sisters. The love of money is the root of all evil. I'll tell you that. And that's what I can see in this case. People won't want to see it, but I see what's going on here. So I know where my son's at. I already told you I know where Elijah and Adrian are at. Exactly where I told you the cops were. Exactly where I told the cops to go look for them, brothers and sisters. Nothing's fucking changed. Either they're there and being held captive, or they're dead. Right where I told you. And I think my percentage of being wrong is going to be about 1%. I've already shown you on the maps where they're at. I found my daughter's car there, so I'm sure that's where she was taken. And I know my son was already there. So that's where they're at. So sucks. No, they're just sitting there. And I'm telling you, I already said it earlier. If I go up into that wood line, they'll kill me. I know it. And I won't ever be able to look for them. So I'd be just wasting my time. It's a lot of woods, and I'm really good in the woods. You put me anywhere in the fucking woods, and I can make it anywhere. So I'm excited to go down to the Amazon. But not there. Not there. Not where they're strip mining, illegal gold strip mining. I'm sure that it's heavily armed up there. So I wouldn't make it. I ain't trying to pull some Rambo to hurt anybody, to try to find my son. You know what I'm saying? So I guess that's the hard part, Russ. Just remember, I already reported where he's at. And they didn't go look for him. And now he's probably even worse off than he was. There's no way he's better off at this point. So thanks for being there once again for a very difficult time. And if it wasn't for YouTube, I wouldn't even be here. So take this YouTube pretty serious. It can keep a man alive. Father did it, but it really did. They were watching what I was doing in here. They knew they made some errors and couldn't fix them. Father had another plan. Remember, I told you they came with a plan B, and they got the G plan, God's plan. The Most High had a different plan. So, what a blessing, right? And what a burden at the same time. So, but that's life. That's how my life always works. I start going uphill, and I better get ready for the downhill, because I know it's going to come quickly. So I don't try to get up too high, because I know he'll always crush me and knock me down my old house of cards they build up there. But that's where they're at, brothers and sisters. I can't believe no feds has gone out look for them. Nobody's gone, and no cops, no Josephine County, no investigators called me from any organization. Nobody. No veterans organization. Look at this guy's being abused. All these people. I'm going to get a hold of all these. Look at the other day, we had 4 or 5 people say they're going to get a hold of those, all the First Amendment auditors. I didn't hear anything from anybody on the First Amendment audit stuff. It's never going to go anywhere. It's like a beating a dead horse, man. Remember, you lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink, right? Lead a person to knowledge, but you can't make him think. So I don't know. You tell me. When do I stop, brothers, sisters? How do I stop? You know what I'm saying? How do I find any kind of, how do I step forward in this case? Just 1 inch. It's been almost 490 days. It'll be 481 days at my next court date. And I hate counting days, man. How do I find resolve as a dad? How do I go to bed knowing that he could be suffering? How do I wake up first thing in the morning? Is he okay? It's starting to get cold. So, yeah, what if he doesn't? I'm not expecting anything at this point, because I haven't seen anything, and that's okay. He is a good attorney, but God's got it. But thank you, Doc, for answering. So appreciate you guys. I wanted you to know I don't even, can you imagine what I'd be like if I didn't have anybody to talk to? If I didn't have this internet to fall back on, guys, how I would just sit here and I can work and stuff, you know what I'm saying? But now I'm done for the day. I go nuts. I go freaking nuts, man. You always don't know how much you mean and how like indebted I am to you guys in a sense that I've just taken a bunch of your time talking about this when I could be ministry focused. So hopefully Father will get this all taken care of and I'll still stand up to the beast no matter what. But man, I hope I can take an inch forward. I hope I can just go somewhere. Remember, it's been 16 months and all I've gone is backwards. 100 million steps backwards. I'm so much further backwards than when I started. This didn't do anything but make everything completely worse. Remember, and I can't even report my kids missing. What the hell is going on here? I've sought asylum in other countries. I've asked some other country to come fucking take me out of here. Help save me and my fucking dogs before this government kills me. Maybe then I could find my son or something. No asylum, no nation, nobody's hearing me. Everybody hears me. I go all around the world, but nobody hears me. It's like I'm speaking into an echo chamber. And it just keeps coming back as an empty void. It'll all work out though, remember? Because one day I'll die and I won't have to suffer anymore. I'm so excited about that. And whatever that day is, 50 years from now, I don't know, 10 years, year, I don't care wherever it is, I'll finally get to rest again. Stop having to drag around this meat suit. So I don't know what else to do at this point. Like I said, brothers sisters, then just keep taking it one day at a time like I'm doing it. Get up in the morning, try to be positive, AM, whatever. Give Father thanks and just know that there's nothing's happening that he doesn't want to be happening. If he wanted to be different, bam, just like that, it'd be different. There's nothing that's happening that doesn't want to happen as long as I'm doing his will and don't get all space brained out of my mind and lose it and keep doing what I'm here to do. I'll be all right. It's just one lifetime. Remember Roger Waters said, one day closer to death. Hallelujah. It's only a lifetime. It's only a lifetime. Maybe I need to listen to some Pink Floyd. All right, brothers. So I think I'm going to turn this off and listen to some Pink Floyd before I go to bed. A couple songs, and I'm not going to bed. I know I'm not going to sleep for another. Yeah, that's positive, wishful thinking. But anyways, I'll get to bed in a couple hours, and then I'll sit here and think about how I appreciate you guys too. I'm serious. I know sometimes you guys might not think that when I'm on here, it's only my time. I don't think about it. Really think about how blessed I am. It overwhelms me sometimes how much of abundance that Father is giving me. You know what I'm saying? To give me this ministry, us. You know what I'm saying? The blessing it gives me. Because without it, I'd be a wreck. I'd be sane, but I would just be a lot. The struggle would be. It feels unbearable now, so I can't imagine how it would feel without. But I'd make it through it because I always do. But thank you and blessings, and thank you, Father, for giving this amount of abundance of time to people who come in here and spend your time here with me too. You could be doing anything else right now, any freaking thing else on any other platform, any other channel. You guys are here, and you put up with my cool. I'll give you a buzz. So thank you for all your time, and because you can't print time, you know. So I wish there was some way I could pay you, you know, but I don't have money, but I can give you my time, and that's what I feel like I have the rest of my life. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to put my whole life into YouTube, but I really have. Um, I have a. If it wasn't for YouTube, I wouldn't be here. They would have shot me. I know they would have. So what a blessing this chat. You know what a blessing it is to have the internet. You know, to catch them. And I know it doesn't seem like that, but they listen. They weren't saying anything. So and they were watching. They didn't know what to do. It's so funny how they went so silent. They couldn't figure out what the hell to do. They were watching like, oh, what do we do? Father wrecked them. So nothing's happening that Father doesn't want to happen. And that same thing in your lives too, brothers, sisters. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing that's happening. If you're struggling to, remember, it's because he wants it to be. It's the way he wants it. Just do as he wants you to keep doing his will, and you're probably going to keep struggling. You know, that's just the way it is. That's the life we all live, kind of a different life, but I know that all of us have a lot of struggle. And as long as we're all leading in that same path, brothers and sisters, remember the narrow way. So we'll all end up at the straight gate together. That's all that matters to me. Okay? Seriously, you're my family. Elijah's all I ever had. I can't ever imagine in my life. I seriously, one more time before I go. The only person I truly knew, I mean, I know Sister Nicole, and I've known her for a while, but Sister Nicole's just gonna have to meet me there. You know what I'm saying? I haven't linked up with her. I love her a lot. I love what she does, and I love how she's a giver. She's a giver. Everything I've ever known, and it's just how she is. So she's a beautiful woman in Christ. Very beautiful woman in Christ. But I'm talking about somebody to know my whole life. Somebody I've linked with and know. Elijah's all I ever had. So, but now I know too, and that's something I even feel stronger about my sister Nicole than I ever have. She's such a beautiful. She just keeps doing the same thing. She keeps serving others and making more ways to serve in her life. I've seen it. Um, so now I have that, which is incredible because before this case happened, I only had Elijah, and I'm not saying that I didn't love my sister Nicole, but she's helped me out a lot through this time too. In this last, we spent time. I'm gonna give her a call tomorrow and stuff. Help me out too, listening to me and allow me to share things with her too and grow. Her allowing to share her you know testimony on this live stream is, I can't thank her enough for allow that. That's a blessing. She could have said no. That's kind of personal, Tracy, but she's not afraid and doesn't hide from anything. So that's what I want you to know. You know, I might have lost my son if he's not here. It is what it is. But look what I have gained. Look what I have gained. I've gained a family, because you would have been with me too if you were at the wedding feast of the lambs. But I really wouldn't have known you. You know what I'm saying? And now we know each other. And remember, we don't see each other in flesh when we're there. So we're not seeing each other in flesh now. So this is an exact mirror of what it's going to be like. And I don't think you can wrap your brain around how beautiful that is. You know what I'm saying? This is a mirror of what it's going to be like, brothers and sisters, after we pass. You're not going to be with your brothers and sisters in flesh. You're going to be in spirit. And that's just like this ministry is. It's a spiritual ministry. Do you understand how beautiful that is? We're all going to be there, brothers and sisters, at the wedding. We'll hear each other's names called out in that book. It's going to be so beautiful. That's what I'm excited about. That's why I don't get overly excited about too much in this life anymore. It's not that, and there's nothing exciting like that exciting to get it. That's what excites me. So I know, again, if you know anything about, I know this is probably more for ladies. This is a little more for them, but being a bride is a very exciting thing for the bride. The bride tarries all the formalities, and that's what he's putting us through. All these formalities, the tarrying, the bride would tarry, and all these preparation and all this wedding, and I don't like the pagans. I like the what it is in the Old Testament and how it relates to what he's doing now. And I'm so excited about being a bride, because a bride always got very excited before the bridegroom would return, right? The bride would tarry. So here we are in that same format and that same formality. So please, he's supposed to be our prize. He's supposed to be what you're running to. The wedding is where we're headed, correct? This is where we're headed. So as long as I'm headed in that direction, brothers, sisters, there's nothing in my life, so that's gonna overwhelm me. You know what I'm saying? I'm struggling, but I have my eye on the prize. So okay, I want you to keep your eyes on the prize, no matter how the struggle, no matter, maybe I'm hoping my son can keep his eyes, you know what I'm saying, on the prize. What we're here to do. And I'm sure he is. He's a very focused young man. He's a very strong man. And I'm hoping he has his wife with him. And I'm hoping that they're together. Maybe they died together. Maybe they're working together. I don't know. But I know that, again, having you guys as a part, adding to this is, I'll just have to meet my son there, like I told you, like I'll have to tell you guys that we might not ever, I might not get out of America, we might go in lockdown, I might never get to go on the road. I'll just have to meet you on the other side. You know what I'm saying? Well, don't worry about it, Linda. We're not done with this. We're not done with this life. You know what I'm saying? This life is eternal. Holkodash, spirit, ghost. So don't, if you didn't yoke with somebody in this life eternally like that, don't worry. There'll be more. There'll be more. There's more to come. You actually get to yoke with the Word. You get to yoke with, remember, the Father, and he will have. This is not the end. Just remember, this is not the end. This is not the end. When we leave here, that's not the end. The best is yet to come. Because if he is the prize, if I know Father, he always saves the best for last. He does. He does. He does. He does. Read through Scripture. He's the prize. So I'm telling you, that's the best. You'll see. You'll see. I know I know this seems so crazy for people to think, but this meat suit is not all it's made out to be. Hang on to it. You have to hold on to it to your very last breath, but it's not as, it's better to be without flesh. That's why you should start living today. I need to do it too. Like I don't have flesh. Like you're without. That's everything he's teaching us in the scriptures, and the gospel is telling us that. So try to remember that too. Okay, I have to remind myself of that very often, that this is not as bad as it seems, and it's just the flesh being weak, and it's just temporary. 5 years from now, 10 years from now, you look back at these things when they were the worst experience, you go, wow, I made that through that, and that wasn't as bad. It was hard and difficult, but we will make it through all these things. All these things will come to pass, it says, before the great and dreadful day of the Lord. So whatever he wrote, right, it's already written. You're just experiencing what is already written. So you're not going to change it. There's nothing in your life you're going to be able to change, in a sense, if he already wrote all things, correct? Only by self-will will you blot your name out of that book. So keep your eye on the prize, brothers and sisters. He says, Maranatha, right? Maranatha, until I return, have your loins girded in my service, believing in me. Remember? So have extra oil, trim your lamps, because nobody knows the day or the hour. You might die, and he might not be returning for another 100, 200, 300 years. Don't pick a time like that. Nobody knows the day or the hour. Paul did say you'd see the day approaching. He'd send his magi with the message, the celestial gospel. It's in the celestial firmament, brothers and sisters. So be ready. Prepare ye the way. Prepare ye the way. That's what he said. That's part of that purification process that he tells us to do, to purify ourselves. So as he purified himself. So do that. And I'm sure we'll all, when our names are called out in that book of life, none of this will seem, it will just seem just like a speck of time, all this pain. And remember, salvation to be carried, picked up, lifted from beginning point, sozo, to an ending point, and then he'll heal all this pain in your heart, and anybody who wronged you, he will right. Anybody who caused you that damage or that pain, again, he will heal you. So I know that. See, he saves the best for last. You get the meat suit off, and you ain't in pain no more. But until we got to struggle until that day. And we can have bounty, though, too, brothers and sisters. Please go out there before I get off here, please, and try to get some extras right now while you're free to move out the cabin. Or don't put us in a full lockdown if and maybe when they do, okay? Because you'll have extras and you'll be able to provide for other people. The time is coming where you're going to be out of abundance, brothers and sisters. You're going to be able to bless people. I'm telling you, if you get ready now, brothers and sisters, prepare either way. You're going to help people. All these times you've been preparing, they're not going to be in vain. And if you died, then you died trying. Okay, listen to me. But I'm telling you, the time is coming where that abundance is going to pay off. Because if you wanted to serve others, and this is the time that's coming, brothers and sisters, please, I see it as plain as the nose on my big old nose on my face here. If you've ever wanted to be a service being and you haven't serviced yet, look at this thing that I've been telling you. Okay, nobody's coming. It's all going to come to fruition, brothers and sisters. I'm telling you, make sure like they had extra fish and they had extra bread. Make sure that you can, if you can get that bounty right now, that you get that for others and be charitable, man. The time, if you ever wanted to be charitable, it's with the word more than anything. That's it. You don't have to tithe food. You don't have to tithe anything else. But I'm telling you, you're going to be able to be charitable, brothers and sisters, if you get ahead of this. Just a bag of rice is going to be a game changer to people. One water, for just the littlest things are going to become just so unobtainable and so large. The time's going to come, brothers and sisters, where it's going to be easier to die than it is to stay alive. And we're not in that time yet. So please use your time. Be a good steward of your time, right? Be a good steward of your flesh. But most importantly, brothers and sisters, more than anything that exceeds all things, be a good steward of his word. Go out and share that light, okay? Don't hide it in the basket. He said, don't boast because you know. You glean anything, you better go out there and share that. You don't want, remember, give that shekel to the rich man. You don't want to lose what you've been given. Sozo, I'll heal you at the end. Put your treasure in a higher place, brothers. The kingdom of heaven is within. Christ in you. Your body's a temple, okay? Use it wisely. Do loins girded in my service, he said, Maranatha, until I return. Okay, trim your lamps, but have extra oil. The time of abundance is here now. So take that bounty and put it in a store, cash it, and be charitable and help others to be later to lift and feed the foolish virgins. If not, then fine. The door slams on their face. At least we died trying. I plan on feeding everybody, our sisters, all covenant, all flesh, rich, poor, right? All the flesh. Let's just leave it at that, okay? That's what I'm preparing for. I don't know what the hell you're doing. I've got all these other issues in my life, but I'm still doing that. Like a chipmunk, I'm like a chipmunk, brothers and sisters. I'm like a squirrel. I'm always trying to get a nut. You got a brain this big, size of a pea. Somebody gonna have to tell you to put up nuts. Who's nuts now, huh? All right. Love you, brothers and sisters. Thank you for your hallelujah. Good stuff. Outstanding. All blessings, brothers and sisters. All glory to Shiloh. Man, my chat's all banned here. Man, I can't even. Okay, hold on. We got. Oh, outstanding. Good stuff, Sister Nicole. We're coming. It's coming. I'm telling you. Yeah, the kingdom of heaven is within. Oh, my nose is dry here. But yes, when we get to go be with Father, brothers, sisters, there are going to be things that your mind is not going to even fathom. When you unchain yourself from this, remember, we only see in just a, let me help you out real quick, Sister Nicole, and I got to go here. I do, but listen, sister, when you're in this meat suit, remember these eyes that you look through, okay? I want to explain to you what you're seeing, okay? You only see in a small portion of the spectrum, your light spectrum, right? And I remember, Daniel, as a magi, I don't want to start saying I cipher dreams, but I can, in a sense. I don't want to overdo this. I don't want to overdo this. Listen to me. Just hear me out real quick. Do you understand the light spectrum, Sister Nicole? Everybody else listen. She's talking about having vivid, lucid, color. This is something that, again, if you'll understand, if you just work with me here for just 1 second, then I'm going to go. Because I don't dream. Probably cannabis doesn't help my thing because I use it and that does help. That's a little bit. But I never did. Even when I didn't use cannabis, I didn't, maybe too much cheese or whatever. I just don't sleep regular. So you do understand the light spectrum. We only see in a fraction of the light spectrum, right? Your eyes, according to you don't see infrared, you don't see all these other, we only see in a tiny spectrum. You guys understand how the light spectrum works? You understand how the light spectrum works? Everybody ever take, photo or media or any kind of photography or any basic art or just anything where you start understanding how our eye and the function and how we really see just a fraction of what light is out there. There's all kinds of things that we don't see in that spectrum. So there are really things that are there that we just don't see because we don't even see in that light spectrum. The light spectrum is this big and we see about this much of the whole light spectrum. Everybody tracking for a minute? Because it's not very hard for you to understand, Okay, so then you understand, clown. Then you'll appreciate this. If you're understanding that, then imagine seeing in all those spectrums. That's what you're seeing, Sister Nicole. When you leave this flesh, you don't have the restraint of this spectrum. Do you understand? You're narrowed. You're in this third dimension, right? If you will. Well, within the firmament, locked within the waters above or below. When you get rid of this flesh, you're going to be able to see colors that don't exist in your vision right now. And that's what you're starting to see, because when you're, in that deep REM, obviously, I know most ladies do sleep at least 8 hours a day, or most of them do, I know, or at least 7 or 8, especially if you can get a good, whatever, you have a good schedule, you can get an 8-hour sleep. That's just part of regular schedule. That's how you're going to be able to see. I already told you, you're going to be able to fly. You're going to be able to see color spectrums. There's the meat suit is what is restraining you to this. You're in Satan's playground, and he's got reign over this place. So when you get free of this flesh, you're going to see spectrums and hear frequencies and hear. Try to remember what it talks a lot about, actually, I don't want to talk about that because I'm going to Enoch and I want to go there, but a lot of it's in Revelation too, about the waters and going down, and when he takes, all these. Please go back into Revelation. That's what it's talking about too, about how you're going to, when you get restrained by this flesh, it dulls you down. But when you're restrained free, like in a REM sleep dream, and you're back to kind of Hulkadesh spirit who you are, you start to get a little bit of that bleed over, and I remember, we're not doing no Reiki nonsense, because remember, I don't dream, but I've studied this. If that makes sense, you're going back to see the spectrum. Nicole, when you die, you're going to see all the light spectrum again. So you're going to see everything again that you've been restrained. We get restrained by this flesh. So you think you're seeing colors now. So I'm not trying to overdo this. Don't overdo yourself. But the next time you're in that REM state, look around. You can see a lot more colors than you thought the first. You will see more the next time. If you can remember, and if you have a little bit of control over your dreams, remember, you'll go there next time and you remember, okay, he said that, look around, you can see colors you didn't see the last time. And you're going to start to open up, not your third eye, remember, and the perception of who you are. Remember, you would be able to fly if you didn't have flesh. Right? The flesh is what keeps you on the ground. And they start playing some hocus pocus and bleeding over again into something that you shouldn't be messing with. Chris Angel, some of these people don't do that. Be careful. That's why I stay away from this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there you go. Careful too, Duck. But you're telling you, people, I've learned this too, because people very control their dreams, brothers. People can take and control their dreams unbelievably. I mean, have conscious, like, okay, I'm in this dream. I've been able to do that before, but I haven't dreamt like that in 30 years. I remember when I was younger, I used to control my dreams, a lot. And, but I was young. But anyways, Nicole, if that makes sense, I hope I didn't over-explain that to you. But we only see a little spectrum, okay? A tiny spectrum. So when you get into that state of sleep, remember you're bypassed kind of the physical. There's a lot that takes over. If you study what happens when you sleep, then it should make more sense too. And if you study like Clown says, you'll start to see that that expansion will open up. And see, I don't mean to do that, and I don't want to get into this because this starts sounding some Reiki nonsense. I've had people who come up, just take this with a grain of salt. Have you ever heard somebody say they can see somebody's aura or their spirit, and people have certain colors, if you will? You ever heard that? Because I don't do none of that Reiki stuff, remember? I hate all this nonsense. I don't do ghosts. I don't do none of that. But this is what I'm trying to tell you. You ever talk about people's, and I'm not talking these people who Berg Naga Champa say they're spiritual and they're some kind of hippies. That's not what I'm talking about. There are people who are walking this rock. You can look at somebody and see their aura. We all have one, brothers, sisters. We have a toroidal field. It's, like Jacob's ladder or whatever. I don't want to sit there. See, I don't like talking about this. I just love talking about the gospel. I have studied so many things I don't want to talk about, but I'll bleed over here a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So this is what we're, you know what I'm saying? This is where we're at, brothers, sisters. We got to be careful of what we start toying with here. But you're going to see, that. Uh-oh. We better wrap it up, brothers. We lost our lights. All right, guys, I'm gonna end it there. I love you, brothers, sisters. When you see, I want to tell you. Look, I got to say this before they go. When can you? We all look. We all know we can fly, correct? Can you fly? Can you fly? Brothers and sisters, can you fly? Yes or no? There you go. Okay. And we've all had it. Yes, you can. See, we're all going to put it. See what I'm saying? All of us, we all have that in common. Every one of us has had that dream over and over. We bounce, we spring, we're so light, and you still have your flesh. Remember? But you don't. You do, but you don't. If you think about it, you don't, but you do. You think you do, but you don't. Oh, you see it and you bounce around like, Mario Brothers or whatever, bouncing around like you're light as a feather, huh? And you can just lift up and just see, that's what the flesh does to you, brothers and sisters. Wait until we get out of this flesh, and don't be in this shit early, okay? There's a lot coming that you don't even understand. That's a lot to what they're doing on this rock right now, too, just so you know. So if that makes sense, we can all fly, brothers and sisters. The only thing that's keeping you from flying is this flesh, okay? Don't cut it off. Don't get rid of it early, but you all damn know we can fly. And I'm sure we could do it in a different sense, but we're not meant to right now, brothers and sisters, okay? Keep your feet grounded, okay? Put your feet in this damn dirt. Don't try to lift off there, Captain. So, okay, outstanding. Brothers and sisters, we all have this, I know we're all part of this, you know what I'm saying? Father gives us this connection, you know what I'm saying? So, you're a lot lighter than you think. It is, I'm telling you. The only thing, this faith is what's supposed to keep this meat suit anchored here, correct? Okay, I'm telling you, it's a beautiful thing. You're going to see and feel things that are nothing that you've ever even thought. I'm an eternal being, so I know what happens after I die. I've been here before, and I don't have any memory. Oh, it was Cleopatra in my last lifetime. I'm not saying anything of the sort. So, but I just know that, again, I want to lead you with this. Father always saves the best for last, brothers, sisters. So if you'll just be patient and do what he tells you, he'll give you that prize. And he says to meet him in the sky. Okay. Remember, that's not literally like in the sky, but I'm telling you, that's going to feel like you're in the sky. You're going to feel just like you're floating again, man. You're going to see things. It's going to be so amazing. Okay. So that's what I want you to know. Are you starting to understand what that is? Remember that feeling that you feel? There you go. Childlike. There you go. Bubbly as a child.
That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. Like you're floating. That's your aura, brothers and sisters, whether you realize it or not. That's the whole Kodesh. That's the spirit. And there are certain people, okay? Certain people that can see those spectrums on this rock. Don't take that as some hocus pocus. And we all have just a different, like I said, aura, because we all put out a certain vibration. And vibration has color. Frequency is light. So don't think that it doesn't. You don't put out a certain spectrum of light that they can't see. A aura or a hue, if you will, that's unlike a color that people have seen. Okay. And that's what's so unfamiliar with people that look at us that are, I know what it is. Like I said, I've had more people, I'm not going to go into the whole, remember, because I can't see it. I just know that everybody comes up and says to me the same thing when they, have about 5 or 6 times in my life where I'm certain somebody I know, because I've talked with them long enough, they know about this spectrum and the light and the aura and all this, not some Reiki nonsense. And they always make a comment that they can't see the color. I don't know, you tell me this and then I should go, brothers, sisters. There are some of us that have an aura, okay? And some of these people who can see spectrum, and let's not overdo this because it's just light, brothers. It's just energy, and that's all we are. And there's kind of a bleed over. Some of us who are super strong spiritual entities, people who have a grasp of that, can see that spectrum. What they'll tell you is that they can't figure out what your light spectrum is, and they call it a light or an aura, and they say that it bounces between a color. It doesn't want to settle, and they can't figure out what you are. You can tell me what the 2 colors are. I won't tell you. I know what it is. And I know, and like I said, we'll leave it at that. You can tell me if anybody's ever told this to you or not, but we're getting a little off subject here from the gospel, but I want you to understand we truly are spirit or light. That's all we are. We're energy. We're not just sin. So if you've ever heard that from somebody who has told you that in the past about, oh, hey, you have an aura, right? Or you have a certain, normally if you're one of those people, and if you're not, don't make you any less of a person here. That's fine. We all have our own spectrum, if you will. But you might have heard that term, but I'm trying to bring this round robin here for Nicole, so she understands kind of what she's seeing in her dream. She's starting to see a bleed over in a spectrum that was far beyond what we see in our own dimension here, time, place, and space. And you leave that when you go into sleep. Remember, you're leaving this physical, going into more of that spiritual type REM pattern sleep. And so you're going to see things. And that's why I told her, I guarantee if Sister Nicole has any control of her dreams and she goes into that state next time, she'll see in color. She's more colors than she saw last time. And they'll have value to her. She'll know. If she can decipher, they'll mean something, what those colors she meant. That's what I was trying to tell you. That's what people can do. They can decipher certain auras, mean certain, just frequency is all it is. You know what I'm saying? So remember, we don't do none of that Reiki stuff, fathers. This is not ghost. This is just a spectrum. Okay. So I don't know. There's 17 in you. Have you ever had anybody come up to you and say they can see your aura? You know what I'm saying? Oh, I see your aura. And so if you do, some people, oh, you're this hue or they're that hue. I have ever, and it's okay if you never had anybody, but I've had 5 people, very predominantly more, talk about it, but come up to me and go, they get all weird with me. I'm like, what's going on? And they're like, I can't figure out are you, and I'm not going to tell you the 2 colors because they always say the same 2 colors. Every single time they always see. That's why I know, like, how the hell are these all people, 5 people different times in my life always say the same thing? It's not one. Most people are very predominantly, just so you know, 1 color, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with being a solid shade of a spectrum, because it has a lot to do with just kind of it's almost like how we're born during a certain time. I don't do horoscopes or none of that too. Remember, that's all nonsense. Oh, you're always talking about the celestial firmament, the scorpions. No. You're sensationalizing it. You're making it bigger than it is. And I don't want to make this bigger than it is. So anybody else, am I alone? And it's okay if I am, because I know I'm a freak. And that's what they're people like, dude, that's weird. Or only ever 1 or 2. They're always like, I've only ever seen 1 or 2 other. They always get a little confused when they get in front of me. And I'm like, what are you tripping on? you know. And then they talk to me, oh, your aura, like, oh, okay, well, what's going on? I can't make out, you know. Yeah, there we go. That's all. Palm reading and tarot and all that. That's, yeah, sorcery, pharmakia, alchemy, same thing. All of it, it is. So, but we didn't overdo it, guys. You see what I'm saying? I'm not overdoing it in here. You understand what I'm saying? I don't walk up to anybody and see no damn light. I don't see no auras and nobody. I don't see no colors, but I know it's possible. Okay, it could be through dreams. Everybody has a little bit different skill set, and I'm not talking of witchcraft or sorcery or wizards, you know. But if you have a strong aura about you, sense. Remember, I told you I've had my son tell me, Dad, why is that guy so mad at you? What are you talking about? Since we got here, who is that? I don't know. I've never seen him in my life. Dad, he keeps staring at you like he's going to come over here. And, you know, Elijah, it's just, we're spiritual beings, brothers, sisters. People sense that. And sometimes just that, when you walk into a room, it pisses the whole room off. I don't know if you carry that strong of an aura, if that makes sense to you. See what I'm saying? That I know I have that effect on people. I don't even have to open my mouth and I piss off the room. So, anyways, you know, I hope this making some sense. We didn't, you know, confuse you here, because I don't want you to start thinking that I walk up to people and see them like they're glowing like some ball or something. But people have, you know, have some abilities that that I don't, you know, disagree with. Just deciphering dreams, very real, scriptural. You know, people, we do have an aura about us. We do have an energy about us. That's all we truly are. You know, as we're just energy. So I've never been able to see a person's spectrum or aura, or, you know what I'm saying, their vibration, or what do you want to call it. But I'm always been pretty in tune with that. You know, that's totally possible, because it's just a spectrum. You don't see in the, people are colorblind, brother, sister. Just the colors I see in my own eyes might not be the colors you see. You know what I'm saying? You know, we might see a little different spectrums. I know we all have a similar because we see, but think about it. You kind of see in your light spectrum. I see in my spectrum. Remember, I think only about myself, like I think none of you think about me, who I am. I have my own opinion about myself, and not one of you probably have the same opinion about me as I do about myself, if that makes sense too. That's why we're kind of unique. So I understand it, you know, and I started to understand how possible that was too. I didn't think it was possible, brothers, sisters, that aura thing, personally. I thought there was a lot of hocus pocus. Still, I started deciphering, understanding the deciphering of dreams. That's when I found this other spectrum. I found all this other information. I was like, wow, this is real. This is not a bunch of bullshit. This is a real thing. I mean, this makes sense. You know, we are light. You're just, I am a freaking light just covered up by a meat suit. Don't you understand? I am Hokadesh. You know, I am spirit. You know, they put people's dead body on a scale, and at the moment of death, that changes. I hope you know that your body. And I'm not talking because you defecate on the table. Okay, people normally piss or shit themselves when they die. I'm not talking about that. There is a change in your body weight. It literal changes. So I know we're spirit, and remember, it's in us. That's that light. Okay, I am a permanent light that never burns out. The only time I burn out is if I'm in this meat suit. It burns me out like I can't. I go back to who I am, which is light. Okay, so just because some of us have a little bit different hue to us, you know what I'm saying? I know this sounds pretty hocus pocus, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't like that type of stuff, but just try to remember what I'm saying. Um, we're just light, you know. We're just spirit. We're Hokadesh, just like Father, which was the Horizo. He is the light. So it's not, I'm not like what I'm saying here is that far off. It shouldn't be like, wow, Pastor just went way off on the deep end on that one. No, he is the Horizo. He pulls us to his light to be like him. We were made in his image. Light, you idiots. All right, love you. Serious, brothers. I want to get out of here. I just want to go back to being a damn light again. You know, I don't want to be this meat suit. Remember, I am a permanent spiritual entity, being, if you will, whatever you want. No, I am the light. Remember, I'm a permanent light, having a temporary physical meat suit experience. It's just temporary. And you don't get the meat suit when you get out of here. You better get back to being the light, okay? He said, don't hide that light in a basket. Put it at the top of your house and let it shine. All right. Love your sisters. Thank you so much. You guys are the blessing. You are the salt of this earth. I hope this world hates you. And I hope your life is just an absolute struggle, because if it was easy, you're probably on the wrong path. Broad is the way. There's no resistance there, is there? It's all downhill, from there, and it leads to the pit. Every step should be difficult. Where do it lead you? King of the hill, baby. Not like propane and propane, like not Hank Hill, all right? Click, 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 click. Like it takes some clicking. It's real easy to do. No, come on there, Boomhauer. You got to take the Father. It's actually the only way to the Father is through the Son, and he went through a very difficult life, didn't he, when he was here? I hope your life is exactly like Christ's. I hope they want to hang you from a tree and throw you in a jail cell because you won't stand up to their fake laws. Love you, brothers, sisters. Pastor Revelation, hit that thumbs up if you want to support the ministry. Leave a comment afterwards. Description in the ministry there if you want to support it through monetary. You don't have to. Remember, that's never part of the ministry. It's just come back when you have more time. And then I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for YouTube live stream. I know that sounds completely crazy, but I think somebody could write a movie about this whole experience I just experienced the last 15 months, 16 months, and nobody'd even believe it was real. So thank you, YouTube, for having the ability to have live, because TikTok kicked me off there. So if it wasn't for YouTube live streaming on YouTube, I'd probably be a dead man right now, and you wouldn't have to put up my garbage every day. Come back in here and just, it's this guy again. So thanks, YouTube, for kicking me out back in the algorithm every once in a while. There's probably people get unsubscribed to the channel, forgot about me and us, the ministry, and he pulls us back. Remember, if I didn't call out to the hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. So he's doing it. Give him the glory, brothers, sisters. You're not doing it. Father's pulling you to him. Father's doing it. Listen to him. He's that still voice inside your head. Listen to what he's telling you. He's telling you to do it, and you're not doing it. He's telling you to stop, and you're not. Do whatever he's telling you. It's that nagging voice in your head. That's him. Do what he's telling you. Otherwise, you're not going to fend well. Not in the sky. Pastor Revelation. Welcome to the new age, brothers, sisters. The celestial firmament, above our head. It declared that. So you're not going to be deceived when you're here. We're going to take it one word at a time when we're studying. That's how you're supposed to study. Remember, prove yourself worthy by studying. I hope you have all your books if the lights went out. When there's no more lights, what are you going to do? Well, bad boys, what you going to do? Yeah, probably be robots. Get ready for this fake alien invasion, brothers, sisters. It's coming, man. Seriously, they're going to do this fake alien invasion. I'm telling you, it's going to come with the robots. It's going to come with this tech. It's not that far off now. I'm not picking a date. But you don't lock down 19 states and put military pretty much on the streets if there wasn't something in the wings. So the best thing you're going to do is not participate in any of it. Just like COVID last time, you should have shut your gates, go away, and don't say, nope, I'm not doing any of this. I didn't do the COVID, and I'm not going to do this new one, just so you know. Whatever one they do next, I ain't doing it. I never do this crap. I told everybody during Y2K that you're the stupidest motherfuckers ever to live this earth. You're telling me the damn computer ain't going to turn to zero and the whole world's coming to an end. I think we're all about ready to die. I think the world's coming to an end. Oh my God, the computer's not going to turn to zero. And look how far we've come. So we made it another 25 years, brothers and sisters. See what I'm saying? Nobody knows the day or the hour. Hold on. It's going to get a lot worse. But you can actually, as I said, remember, just get those extras right now before they literally lock down the country, if that happens. When and if it does. I think it's very plausible. And the captain is now. Don't do it in a panic at all, though. You go down there and buy out all that TP. They're going to put you on a red list. Red alert, prepper. Go just buy a couple rolls extra at a time. You know what I'm saying? Don't overdo it. I don't want you to rush anything. I didn't say cause alarm. You missed the smallest little detail, maybe a little cotter pin. You get 2 and 2 past, you better start vibrating. The whole goddamn thing's going to come apart on you. Even that little cotter pin, the smallest piece, is going to matter. Don't miss any details right now, brothers and sisters. Be very methodically about what you do. Don't get in a rush to do anything. Put everything, ask yourself every single time, especially if you get in a really hard situation, just ask yourself, what would Christ do? Seriously, am I acting Christ-like? Because remember, you can get in a really shitty situation and act like a shithead and make it a lot worse, right? Or you can get a more of a level head and make your situation a lot better. It's up to you. You know what I'm talking. We all been there. There's always in there. That's passion, not anger. Learn the difference, you bootlicker. All right, love your sisters. Remember, you don't sup with vipers. Remember, pig lickers. Cast your pearls before swine. Pigs, people in government. I hope you're not one of these government lovers. I rebuke the government. Become your own government. You need to be governed, mind controlled, police yourself. Okay? Be a good steward of your flesh. Don't hide that light in the basket. Don't boast because you know, but whoa if you don't. Like the writers of Revelation, we're in the first writer of the Revelation. And remember the one on the white horse with the bow and the toxin? Remember? We've seen it. We are there. This kind of time. Go read Revelation. Find out what that red horse is all about. The red horse, the apocalypse. We're there. We're in it. So you know what comes after the red horse? You better be ready before judgments. Remember those scales coming. That pale green horse is not far off either, but they come very quickly. Okay? He said, like a thief in the night. There's 2 riders in Revelation on white horses. Remember? Not the Scorpizzo, Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Don't cause not one to stumble, brothers, sisters. Been there, done that. Share the word. You better be sharing the right words. Come back for some more gospel again. Love you, brothers, sisters. Whoa.